Chapter 345. After a strong wave of spirit energy, Chu Tian had smoothly come out. In this short closed-door cultivation, not only had he recovered from his injuries, he had also stepped into the seventh awakened soul layer. This filled miracle commerce with energy and swept away everyone's worries. It was all thanks to the immortal medicine little Princess Vivian sent. Since Chu Tian was fine, the little princess was prepared to go back. After all, she had left home for several days, and the elven elders were searching for her, so they must be going crazy with worry. If they chased her here, Chu Tian and the small southern summer country's troubles would be unavoidable. Vivian decided to go back and admit her wrongs. At worst, she would be locked up for a while, but as long as the storm passed, she could still come to southern Xia to play with Chu Tian and Ying. Vivian had given her the immortal medicine, and Chu Tian had given her a spatial cultivation technique. So they were basically even. So Chu Tian did not make her stay, which made little Princess Vivian feel a bit disappointed. She said her goodbyes with a depressed expression. "Remember to come see me in the Forest of Chaos when you have time. I'll be very bored in the tribe." "Princess, you don't need to be in a rush to leave. I've carefully prepared a gift for you. Can you wait a bit?" "Is that so?" "Many thanks, big sister Meng Qinggu." Little Princess Vivian really liked Miracle Commerce's things, especially the cameras, magnetic sound devices, and video players. If she could bring a bunch of them back, she wouldn't be bored even if she was locked up. Meng Qinggu gave a soft cough before leaving. Chu Tian came back to his senses. The young miss had something to say. He immediately followed Meng Qinggu to the back hall. "What is this? Take a look at this first." Meng Qinggu took out the map she had drawn from Princess Vivian's description. She first introduced the situation of the Forest of Chaos and then explained her thoughts. "The true threat we are facing right now is not the Warhound's kingdom, but rather the Eagle Burial Kingdom behind them. It wasn't hard to defeat the Warhound's kingdom, but it wasn't easy to deal with the Eagle Burial Kingdom. Miracle Commerce's land was barren and couldn't expand, and the north was covered by the Eagle Burial Kingdom, so the only way to break through was the south. The overall strength of the Forest of Chaos is not inferior to an empire. Those peak forest cities, mountain cities, and underground cities are not weaker than the Eagle Burial Warring Kingdom. Only the hundreds of races are divided, and the situation is chaotic, so the powers are not evenly distributed. Although the terrain is primitive, the fierce beasts, and the various powers are chaotic, it is also because of this that it is a good place to fish in troubled waters." "I understand what Eldest Miss means. The Forest of Chaos is a fertile land. Miracle Commerce has great potential in this area, but we haven't thought of a way to get involved yet. I think we should go through Vivian and find a way to get in touch with the elves. The South might become a fertile land for Miracle Commerce and Chu Tian's group to grow stronger. However, everything was difficult at the beginning. The Forest of Chaos was simply too powerful, not to mention the Dragon Lord, the Elven King, or the Titans. Any small or medium-sized faction would be able to wipe them out. How to safely enter the Forest of Chaos was of the utmost importance. The best way was to form an alliance with a local tribe. This could provide protection in the beginning and also help Miracle Commerce develop. The little elf sitting outside, wasn't she just a local? Meng Qinggu had yet to think of a way to establish a cooperative relationship. After all, the elves were very antisocial and had overwhelming power. If she were to make contact with them rashly, not only would she fail to achieve her goal, she might even bring disaster upon herself. "Understood, leave it to me." When Chu Tian returned to the living room, Meng Ying was sending off little Princess Vivian. The two of them had a look of reluctance because after today, who knew when they would meet again? Chu Tian walked in front of Vivian and said, "I have a suggestion. How about you don't go back and just join Miracle Commerce?" Meng Qingwu almost spat out blood. What kind of idea was this? Did he not know the consequences of doing this? If they left Vivian in Central State and let her join Miracle Commerce, the elves would definitely fly into a rage. They would insist that it was Chu Tian who kidnapped the princess, and it would be strange if they didn't cripple Miracle Commerce at that time. I agree. I also think the same. Vivian did not even have time to speak before Meng Yingying expressed her strong support. You will definitely be punished if you go back, so why don't you stay with us? But Vivian was very excited. She had not played enough these past few days, and she would most likely be locked up for a long time when she returned to the tribe. If she could choose, of course she wanted to stay. However, Vivian was not stupid. If she went back on her own initiative, at most she would be punished for violating the tribe's rules. However, if she was left behind by a human, then the situation would be completely different. Wouldn't that implicate Chu Tian and the others? Chu Tian said to Vivian, "Do you like Miracle Commerce? Do you want the elves to become a beneficiary and participant of Miracle Commerce?" "Of course I like it. This is a great cause." Vivian's words were not false at all. After touring around Central State these past few days, she had a deep understanding of Miracle Commerce's potential. "I feel that Miracle Commerce's future will not be normal." You're right. Even in a small and poor country, Miracle Commerce only took half a year to develop to this stage, but our dream is not to be content with a single person. Then what is it? We want to change this world and even change this era, making the continent more wonderful because of us, making everyone's lifestyle change. We want to personally create a miracle dynasty. Vivian had a look of worship on her face. This was great. This was the Chu Tian she admired. Southern Xia is too barren. If we can enter a place like the Forest of Chaos one day, I think Miracle Commerce will have great achievements. When Chu Tian said this, he suddenly revealed a compassionate appearance. "I've heard that there are over 100 races living in the Forest of Chaos, killing each other. There is no order or law, with bandits, murderers, and human traffickers everywhere. There should be a power that can end this chaotic situation and pacify this chaotic forest. Miracle Commerce is willing to help us and use the Forest of Chaos as the first step to realizing our dreams. I wonder if the elves are willing to help." Vivian's body trembled. What? Miracle Commerce wanted to go to the Forest of Chaos. The Forest of Chaos was Vivian's hometown. How could she not be willing? Vivian anxiously jumped up. Each elf hopes to change the situation of the forest, but we can't do it with just our strength. Then don't hesitate. Let's work together now. With Miracle Commerce's wisdom and the elf strength, sweeping the entire Forest of Chaos will not be a problem. Chu Tian patted Vivian's shoulder. As for the elves, there is no need to worry. I believe that in the near future, the Forest of Chaos will become peaceful and orderly, and the elves will become an important force. The elven elders are very rigid. I'm afraid you will. Rigid? Chu Tian specialize in dealing with rigid people. There is no matter that I can't handle. Relax and stay here for a few more days. After the matter in Southern Xia is over, I'll accompany you to the Forest of Chaos to convince them and let the elves become Miracle Commerce's allies. Really? Please look into my sincere eyes. Do I look like a liar? Meng Yingying seized this chance to say, "You might not understand this fellow, but as long as he dares say something, there is nothing he can't do, no matter how difficult it is. You can be assured." Vivian was more and more moved. She was very clear about Chu Tian's deeds, so she knew that this person was good at creating miracles. Perhaps he could really convince them. All right, then I'll stay here for a few more days. Meng Yingying gave a happy shout. Great. Vivian's face was also filled with a smile. She liked this creative place from the bottom of her heart. The elven forest was filled with gardening, painting, and carving. That kind of life was too boring, and she was bored for a day, not to mention a lifetime. People lived in this world, so they needed to do something. Meng Qinggu didn't know what Chu Tian was thinking, but with their tacit understanding, as long as it was Chu Tian's decision, Meng Qingwu would not easily question it. Not to mention that Vivian was very strong. If she could stay in Central State City, it would at least give Central State City a strong protection. Princess Vivian has become a member of the company, so we should give her a position. With Vivian's status, we can't just casually ignore her. What position does the young miss think we should give her? There was no lack of people in charge of the various departments, so what position could they give Vivian? Meng Qingwu's heart skipped a beat. Since Miracle Commerce is prepared to expand into the Forest of Chaos, we should create an external development manager. Their position will be the same as the branch chairman. What do you think? Chu Tian nodded. All right, that's it. Good, good, good. Meng Yingying revealed a smile. We welcome the princess to Miracle Commerce. Vivian gave a few silly laughs. She had heard Meng Yingying talk about Chu Tian recently, so she was very envious of Meng Yingying, who could work beside Chu Tian. It would be great if she could work with Chu Tian, but she never thought that her wish would come true this quickly. What attracted Vivian the most was that Miracle Commerce was going to the Forest of Chaos. Vivian thought of going with Miracle Commerce to the Forest of Chaos and showing off her skills in the Forest of Chaos. Her blood was boiling. What should I do now? No rush, no rush. You don't need to do anything right now. I'll teach you a few things. If Chu Tian wanted to convince the old fellows of the elven tribe, he had to take out something that would make them speechless. During this time, you just need to practice the void escaping. Well, yes, Chairman. The little princess had finally settled down. Chu Tian used the remaining 2/3 of the immortal herbs, and with a bunch of sacred herbs that could increase one's cultivation base, he refined another 10 pills. Although they were refined from incomplete immortal herbs and dregs, their medicinal strength was not inferior to a top-grade sacred pill, and their effects were even better. Chu Tian gave them to the people beside him. In the end, the young miss, Yingying, Feng Kaidai, Yun Yao, and the others all easily reached the 6th awakened soul layer. Nangong Yun reached the peak 6th awakened soul layer, and breaking through to the 7th awakened soul layer was just around the corner. Although Chen Bingyu did not break through, her cultivation had increased a bit. What surprised Chu Tian the most was that after Dongfang Haoren took the pill, his cultivation had smoothly reached the peak 9th awakened soul layer. His strength had already reached the level of the Southern Summer Marquis, so it seemed like he was a person with great potential. The entire Miracle Commerce's strength had increased by a level. All aspects of the war preparations had been completed, and they were just waiting for the warhounds to arrive. Chapter 346. The Southern Summer Imperial City was filled with the warhounds' banners. The Imperial City had fallen, and all resistance had been killed. The Imperial City had been in chaos for several days, and 1/4 of the 7-8 million people had died in battle. The rest had chosen to surrender and pledge their loyalty. The warhounds' army had looted and burned for several days. The wealth and resources accumulated by the families in Imperial City over 100 years had all become the Fong King's spoils of war. The fierce demon wolf cavalry had taken over the imperial region and several dozen cities in Psang State. Now, there were over 40 million Southern Xia citizens that had become the warhounds' vassals. Wang Tianlong was in high spirits. This was because after the Fong King took over the imperial region, he immediately made Wang Tianlong the new king. Through Wang Tianlong's human identity, it was much easier to rule the Southern Xia citizens than the Fong King himself. After all, these humans had lived on this land for generations and had a deep hatred for the northern spirit beasts, so it was not easy to directly rule them. So what if he was a subordinate king? It was not something a marquis could compare to. Wang Tianlong got what he wanted. Now, his biggest wish was to take back all the remaining lands that were struggling at death's door. Other than that, there was another matter that was stuck in Wang Tianlong's throat. Chu Tian. He didn't know why, but he felt that as long as Chu Tian didn't die, he couldn't sleep well. When the scouts brought back news, Chu Tian had indeed escaped to Central State and had even pushed Dong Fanggan onto the throne, preparing to fight against the Great Summer Country. Wang Tianlong was so angry that he smashed a cup. He immediately notified Nangong Ling, who was now a ruler, and the two of them quickly entered the royal palace, preparing to report to the Fang King. The Fang King was currently receiving the Eagle Burial Kingdom's envoy. This Eagle Burial envoy was covered in a black robe, only revealing a pair of sharp eyes. Even with the Fang King's incomparably respected status, he still had to show some respect to this person. The Eagle Burial envoy first praised the Fang King. "Your Highness has ruled the warhounds and quickly conquered southern summer. The king has given you high praise and will properly reward you after the battle. I hope your Highness will continue to expand south, allowing the Eagle Burial Kingdom's southern territory to reach the Forest of Chaos. With one large and one small kingdom joining in, the Eagle Burial Kingdom's influence will increase by another step. The king might even become an emperor in 100 years. The Fang King didn't care about these questions, only asking, "Have Eagle Burial's reinforcements arrived?" His Highness has requested 100,000 air reinforcements, but the Eagle Burial Kingdom is fighting all over, and all the battlefronts are very shocked. The southern summer imperial city has already been broken, and there are only a few people left to resist, but against the people who are good at fighting, is there a need to send 100,000 reinforcements? Although the Vulture Cavalry is not the trump card of the Eagle Burial Kingdom, it is still a very precious air force. We can only support 20,000 cavalry at most. This is already our limit. Your Highness, please don't make this difficult." The Fang King was a bit unhappy. Although southern Xia can't even withstand a single blow, the difference in terrain between the north and south of southern Xia is huge. My demon wolf riders can't travel thousands of miles over mountains and rivers. If we want to end this battle quickly, we'll need a large aerial force. Your Highness is too cautious. The Eagle Burial envoy disagreed. Even if the demon wolf cavalry cannot fight, you still have several 100,000 soldiers from the Warhound Plains and 10,000 Vulture Cavalry. Adding in the 20,000 Vulture Cavalry, even if you don't use any tactics, you can still break through a few normal southern summer cities. The Fang King gave a snort. Your Highness wanting to end this battle quickly isn't wrong, but you have to consider the overall situation of the kingdom. For a southern summer that can't rise again, you don't need to invest too much of the Eagle Burial Kingdom's battle strength. The Eagle Burial envoy said this, and then added, "You don't need to be too anxious. The king has given us 3 months of time, so no matter how hard we humans defend, 3 months is more than enough." The Eagle Burial envoy left the palace after giving his orders. His sharp eyes swept over Wang Tianlong and Nangong Ling, revealing a look of ridicule and disdain. Were these lowly humans worthy of being the Eagle Burial Kingdom's opponents? This Highness really didn't know what was good for him. 100,000 Vulture Cavalry, wasn't this just nonsense? It was hard for a large kingdom to use a 100,000 aerial army, now that they were dealing with a small country, and a dying one at that. He actually asked for 100,000 reinforcements. If it wasn't for unifying the warhounds and winning 2 battles, the king would give him a bit of face. Otherwise, even 20,000 could forget about it. The Fang King softly asked, "Have you investigated the matter I asked you to investigate?" Nangong Ling quickly cupped his hands and said, "We've investigated the strange weapons used by the southern summer defenders. These are special weapons manufactured in a secret factory near Imperial City. The Fong King's eyes flashed with a bright glow. It really is a mass-produced weapon. Such a weak, small country actually has such a sharp new weapon. Have you found the blueprints or production staff? Also, I've heard that the Southern Xia humans have invented something that can communicate over 1,000 miles and broadcast sound. Have you found any of this technology yet? We asked the Fong King to punish us. Nangong Yun said in a terrified voice, "These new technologies haven't been around for long, and they are all in the hands of Miracle Commerce. All the related equipment in the city has been destroyed, and the secret factory outside the city has been heavily damaged, so we can't find anything of value for now." Waste. The Fong King slapped Nangong Ling into the wall. Nangong Ling did not dare resist, and could only kowtow to accept his punishment. "Fong King, please calm your anger." Wang Tianlong respectfully bowed down. "I've received news that Chu Tian's group has escaped to the south and is currently in Central State. As long as we capture him, everything will be in our hands." In the Imperial City battle, the fierce firepower of the Source Energy submachine guns and the shocking might of the Source Energy bombs had left a deep impression on the Fong King. The Fong King thought it was a secret treasure at first, but who would have thought that after investigating it, it was actually a mass-produced weapon? This made the Fong King very excited. If he could obtain this kind of equipment, the Eagle Burial Kingdom's strength would increase by several times. It would be too easy for them to become an emperor. We've searched the merchant caravans and stored ships, so we've already gathered enough. Wang Tianlong knelt down on one knee. "Please give the order. As long as Central State falls, Southern Xia's last resistance will collapse. At that time, the 200 million Southern Xia citizens will all become subjects of the Warhound's kingdom, forever farming and producing for the Fong King." The Fong King was a bit hesitant. Today's position was not obtained through bravery. The Fong King was not only a peak expert, he was also a clear-headed commander. He did not let two large victories go to his head. Rather, he calmly analyzed the situation. There was no doubt that the remaining Southern Xia army could not even stop the Warhounds, not to mention the Eagle Burial Kingdom army. But now they were faced with two variables. The first was the terrain variable. The second was the unexpected variable. The Warhounds would have to pass through the Four States Lake if they continued south, but the Warhounds were not good at fighting in the water. Moreover, the ships they stole from the southern summer merchants and the old warships in the warehouse could not compare to Southern Xia's warships. If they fought on the Four States Lake, the Warhounds might not have an advantage. Other than that, did Southern Xia still have that kind of powerful weapon in storage? Once this weapon was used in a water battle, it would have an even stronger killing effect. This was something they had to guard against. Wang Tianlong was filled with doubt. Whether it is our numbers or strength, we have an overwhelming advantage. What is the Fong King worried about? All right. The Fong King made his decision, immediately passed down my orders. The Demon Wolf cavalry will stay behind, and the rest of the army will prepare to head south. Understood. Wang Tianlong revealed a look of joy and immediately asked, "Then what is the strategy?" The Fong King had already thought of a strategy. You will lead 600,000 warhounds to head south. The fleet cannot be concentrated and will be split into 5 fleets of 100,000 people. They will follow different routes and land in different places in Central State. This is Southern Xia's army is weaker than our army, so their only chance of victory is to defeat us on the water. However, their army is not as large as ours, and we will scatter to land, making it difficult for them. At most, we can attack 1 or 2 places, and most of the army will land. Wang Tianlong's eyes lit up. Splitting the army to land is one of the strategies. It is a strong attack. The Fang king continued to say, "I will lead 30,000 vulture cavalry, and the various tribe chiefs from Song State. We will pass through the mountains to the north of Central State and launch a surprise attack on Central State City." A surprise attack and a strong attack. How could Central State City stop them? The southern summer country had lost 2 battles, but they did not lose unjustly. The Fang king was an experienced commander. His strategies were always impeccable. At least from Wang Tianlong's point of view, Central State City would definitely die in this battle. The battle strength of the Central State Army could be ignored. The Southern Summer Cavalry had 200,000–300,000, but their overall strength could not compare to the Warhounds, so they had no chance of winning in a head-on clash. As long as the Warhounds landed, they would be able to break through Central State with a strong attack. The Warhounds would split into 5 groups, and even if Central State sent out all their forces to intercept them on the water, the Warhounds were not good at fighting on the water, and their ships were old, so they could only intercept 1 or 2 groups at most. The rest of the troops would be able to surround Central State City. This was already very hard to break. Not to mention that in the Fang King's strategy, there was a hidden surprise attack. He would personally lead the Air Force from the north, crossing over the mountains to launch a surprise attack on Central State. No matter how good the calm martial ruler's tactics were, if he wanted to intercept the 600,000 Warhounds army, it was impossible for him to not send out all his forces. But once he sent out all his forces, Central State City would be very empty. Under the surprise attack of 30,000 aerial troops, Central State City would definitely fall. If Central State City fell, no matter how beautiful the battle on the Four States Lake was, it would be meaningless. The fall of Central State was already an inevitable result. The Fang King was truly worthy of being the Eagle Burial Empire's king. He could think of such a detailed and ruthless plan in such a short period of time. Wang Tianlong and Nan Gongling's confidence increased. Although Dongfang Gan's military talent did not lose to the Fang King's, in a situation where both sides were at the same level, pure strength was the deciding factor. The Fang King watched the 2 of them leave. He did not know why, but he had a vague premonition that this battle would not be easy. Chapter 347. The Warhounds could attack at any time. Central State's development could not be slow. Meng Qingwu had been observing the data from all sides, and she had to admit that war was the strongest catalyst for the development of a civilization. With the threat of the Warhounds' kingdom, the entire Central State was united. In just a short half a month, not only had everyone's cultivation base increased by a level, the Central State Yun sect had also continued to show results, and the industry had developed by leaps and bounds. With all the resources from all sides working together, the production efficiency had increased by around 3 times. Not bad, very not bad. With this speed, if the Warhounds gave them another 10–15 days, Central State would be impregnable, and the Warhounds' army would not be able to break through this place easily. Now Meng Qingwu's biggest headache was not the Warhounds' kingdom in the north. Miracle Commerce's new strategy had already been decided. The Forest of Chaos would become the place where Miracle Commerce would truly rise, but how to enter this area was the #1 problem for Miracle Commerce. Chu Tian's method was too risky. The elves were a race with a strong sense of vigilance and did not trust outsiders easily, so they were closed off. Meng Qingwu thought that if they wanted to gain the elves' trust and support, they had to slowly eliminate the elves' suspicions and let them recognize Miracle Commerce and accept them. Chu Tian directly pulled Princess Vivian into his group, not leaving any room for negotiation. Did he consider Vivian's identity? Did he really consider the feelings of the elves' conservative faction? This would not be able to win the elves over as an ally. Rather, it would cause the elves to be hostile towards them. What were they busy with at this time? Meng Qingwu took out the communication device to contact Ying. In the end, she found out that Ying was with Chu Tian and Vivian, currently in the Yun sect. What were they doing in the Yun sect? Meng Qingwu curiously went over to see what was going on. Chu Tian had opened a special laboratory for Vivian and was currently teaching the little princess how to use this super modern laboratory. This is the spatial laboratory that the Yun sect has specially prepared for Vivian. I'll leave it to you to manage after tonight. When Chu Tian said this, his tone suddenly changed. In order to facilitate your work, I'll let eldest Miss and Ying be responsible for assisting you. Vivian's face was full of surprise as she touched around in the laboratory. There were many new things inside, things that could never be seen in the Elven tribe. Vivian had just been accepted into Miracle Commerce by Chu Tian, and she already had her own laboratory so quickly. Her sense of identity became even stronger. Ah, what did you say? Vivian was stunned. How can that be? Ying and Big Sister Qingwu are the founders of Miracle Commerce, and I am just a newcomer. Vivian was used to calling Meng Qingwu's sister, although she was old enough to be Meng Qingwu's grandmother. Meng Qingwu also gave a bitter smile. Those who are capable come first. Little princess doesn't need to be modest. But, Vivian scratched her head in a bit of embarrassment as her white cheeks turned red. Although I've lived for 14 elven years, I can't even compare to Ying in terms of knowledge. Not to mention managing a laboratory. I'm afraid I can't even be a normal researcher. This was definitely the truth. Meng Ying had copied Meng Qingwu's heavenly book source spirit for a long time to increase her learning ability, so her knowledge would not lose to a normal Yun sect scholar. On the other hand, Vivian was several times older than Ying, but she had lived in the elven environment since she was young, so how could she have the mind to study? Vivian's strength could not compare to anyone, but her knowledge was far from it. Meng Qingwu felt it was strange. Little Princess Vivian was not good at science. So why did she prepare a laboratory? What was Chu Tian thinking? Vivian was very embarrassed. How about this laboratory? We don't need it for now. My cultivation base is not bad. So if you want to fight, I might be able to help. Let's say it like this. Even if you invite the most knowledgeable old scholar of your elven race, there wouldn't be much of a difference in my eyes. Moreover, you have a special potential that normal people don't have. Chu Tian encouraged Vivian. You are unique. I believe that you can do things that other people can't do. Vivian's heart was instantly moved to the point of bursting. She was synonymous with trouble in the elven tribe, and even she had given up on herself. She never thought that there would be someone who appreciated her this much, not to mention that this person was her most respected idol. What special potential do I have? Your innate spatial energy. The thing that Chu Tian wanted to teach Vivian was actually the knowledge of spatial energy. This was a hard-to-form knowledge in 20,000 years. Whether it was a world-famous scholar or a normal person like Vivian, there was no difference. In order to let you understand your own potential, I'll give you a small task first. Chu Tian gave a set of very complicated blueprints to Vivian. This is the third-level spatial source energy arrays blueprint. Your first task is to complete the array, and you will naturally understand my meaning at that time. Spatial source energy array. The few of them were shocked. They had heard of fire source energy arrays, wind source energy arrays, and ice source energy arrays. As for spatial source energy arrays, they had never heard of them before. It could even be called a fantasy. Spatial energy was recognized as the hardest attribute to control. Wanting to use a source energy array to create spatial energy. Was this really possible? Vivian held the complicated blueprints and said, "What kind of array is this?" Chu Tian gave Vivian an encouraging look. "Don't ask too many questions, just give it a try." No matter how bad one's knowledge was, they still had the basic ability to draw a source energy array. Chu Tian had already given a detailed blueprint, and Vivian just needed to draw the array according to the blueprint, with her true spirit realm and mind's lamp divine, since this was not a hard thing to do. This source energy array was clearly not normal. The materials Chu Tian had prepared were all precious level 3 materials. Other than that, he had used 4 giant source energy batteries to form a system to replenish the energy of this source energy array. I'm going to start. Vivian's little face tightened. This was her first time showing her strength. She couldn't drop the ball at this critical moment. She released her divine sense. This divine sense was not weaker than Chu Tian's. It was even a bit stronger than Chu Tian's. After scanning the blueprint once, every detail was recorded in her mind. Rise. The crystal stone pen was raised. Vivian directly used her divine sense to control it, drawing it on a piece of stone specially used to hold source energy arrays. After around 30 minutes, a complex and complete space source energy array was formed. When Meng Qingwu saw the source energy array, it was hard for her to hide the shock in her heart. Meng Qingwu was not a simple woman. She could be considered half a disciple of Chu Tian, of the current technology of miracle commerce. The only one who had a complete grasp of it was Meng Qingwu. Meng Qingwu's strong learning ability and heavenly book memory allowed her to surpass top scholars like Gu Qianxiu and Yun Tianhe in a short period of time. This space source energy array was something she had never heard of before. It wasn't like Meng Qingwu had never seen a level 3 array before, but she had never seen one this complex. All the components and structures were very unique. If this array was seen by those old things, they would go crazy from excitement. Vivian wiped her sweat and said with a face filled with amazement, "This is the most complex source energy array I have ever seen. But what use does it have?" "Don't be anxious," Chu Tian said to Meng Yingying on the side. "Yingying, help me turn on the energy pillars." "All right." Meng Yingying deftly activated the switch on the magic energy battery. The 4 energy pillars simultaneously released a powerful energy. After the complex spatial array was activated, it instantly transformed into an incredible amount of energy. The violent energy wave interfered with the spatial fluctuations. When the spatial distortion became more and more intense, it actually formed a black, hole-like hole. This is Meng Qingwu and Meng Yingying couldn't feel it, but Vivian could clearly feel it. This black hole is a stable space, similar to the storage space in storage equipment. God, it's too big. It's at least 10 feet wide. What did you say? Meng Qingwu's eyes almost popped out. This is a storage space. Vivian's face filled with excitement as she nodded. That's right. I understand. This source energy array's use is to create a stable space. I have never seen such a mysterious source energy array before. It can actually create a stable space. Once this space is formed, it is no different from a storage equipment. How expensive was a storage equipment? It could simply be considered priceless. There weren't many storage equipment in all of southern Xia. The reason why storage equipment was so precious was because storage equipment was made from spatial materials that contained spatial energy. This kind of material couldn't be found in many places on the continent. Now, that Chu Tian had easily created a space that was so big, it was hard to imagine. Chu Tian said with a nod, "This is a space-forming array. It is used to create a small space. The more energy it provides, the larger the space. We can use this technology to create a space warehouse. But compared to storage equipment, the space warehouse's flexibility is far inferior. This technology has a lot of prospects." Chu Tian gave a simple introduction. "I'll give you an example. We can easily transport items to any corner of the continent through the space. This also means that if we store things here, we can open a space on the other side of the continent and take them out." This was more than just prospects. If Chu Tian's communication technology could allow the continent to exchange information, then this spatial technology could perfectly allow the exchange of materials, allowing products from all over the world to flow quickly. Not only did it contain a large business opportunity, it would also lead to an irresistible revolution. I have a complete theoretical foundation, but the technology isn't stable enough. Chu Tian looked at little Princess Vivian. I need your talent and ability to perfect this great technology with me. This spatial research room is for this purpose. Are you willing to accept this job? Vivian was at a loss for words. She had only joined Miracle Commerce for a day. Giving her this kind of important technology, this showed how much importance he placed on Vivian. Vivian could clearly feel that this was a chance to change the continent. Chapter 348. I will definitely complete this task. Vivian straightened her back, and her face turned red as she loudly shouted out like she was making a vow. Meng Qingwu's heart calmed down. Vivian had already completely immersed herself in her role. Chu Tian was prepared to train Vivian into Miracle Commerce's first spatial engineer. Because Meng Yingying could duplicate source spirits, she also had spatial abilities. Only because she wasn't strong enough, she couldn't participate in spatial operations and could only provide some basic support. Meng Qingwu was responsible for coordinating the resources and building a complete space warehouse in the shortest amount of time. How could Vivian not be excited? She had traveled tens of thousands of miles to come to southern Xia and even disregarded the danger of being punished by her clansmen. But now it seemed like it was all worth it. She was like a lost traveler who had suddenly found her goal. Vivian vowed that she would not disappoint Chu Tian's expectations. The elves did not have much interest in leaving their names in history, but they could not reject something that would benefit their descendants. Once the space warehouse was completed, the clansmen would be shocked. At that time, I will build a space warehouse in my tribe and let the elves experience the benefits of a space warehouse. At that time, who would dare to gossip about us? After all, to the elves, a space warehouse was simply a dream come true. The elves did not like coming into contact with the outside world and longed to change their quality of life. This was something that was hard to achieve in the past. But now it was different. The elves did not need to deal with other races. As long as they had a space warehouse and communication device, if they wanted to buy materials or daily necessities in the future, they just needed to make a call and place enough source stones in the space warehouse to receive the goods from the other side. How convenient! How beautiful! Not only would it not destroy the peaceful life the elves yearned for, it would also allow the elves to sell their specialties, and it would allow the rich resources of the outside world to flow into the elves, making the elves richer, stronger, and richer in life. Even the most old-fashioned elves would not reject this kind of good thing. If Vivian could help the elves become the first to benefit from the spatial technology, she would become one of the greatest heroes in the history of the elves. The pioneers were always the biggest beneficiaries. The elves dared to be the first to become rich and powerful before the other forces and kingdoms could react. Vivian did not want to go home anymore. Now, even if her father came, she would not leave. Vivian looked at Chu Tian as if she was looking at a god. I didn't expect you to even be able to create space. Is there anything in this world that you can't do? Although I don't deny that I'm strong, this source energy array isn't creating a space. It's just borrowing space. Chu Tian gave a laugh. Although the little elf's worship was very useful, Chu Tian still needed to spread the knowledge of spatial technology. I do have a way to create a space, but with the power of a third-level source energy array, it is far from reaching the goal of creating a space. I can only borrow the existing space. Borrow? What do you mean borrow? The space domain is incomparably profound. If you want to master it, it will not be something that can be mastered overnight. However, since I have the time, I will tell you a little about it. Chu Tian pointed at the source energy array on the ground and said, "This source energy array looks like it's creating a storage space on the surface, but it's not creating space at all. It's just capturing a subspace, and this subspace already existed. Chu Tian explained the basic understanding of space to the three of them. Originally, this world was like a giant bubble. When the great ancient world collapsed, the large bubble turned into countless small bubbles, and these small bubbles separated to form different planes. Each independent small bubble had countless smaller bubbles attached to it. There were very few small bubbles that could mature into a spatial structure. After these mature spaces were captured, they could be used to create various secret realms. However, most of the small bubbles, because they were very small, they could not fully develop the spatial laws, so they could not be used to store life energy as a subspace. The space warehouse was a technology that used subspace. This source energy array captured and stabilized the subspace, opening a passage to the subspace and using it to store things. So it's like this. The three of them were enlightened. Although it was only the most basic knowledge of space, it was still too advanced for the three of them. It was like they had touched a whole new world. Because the subspace itself exists. Even if we close the source energy array, the things we store will not disappear. We can just open it when we need to take something out. Meng Qingwu gave a heartfelt sigh. This truly is a safe and perfect technology. Meng Qingwu had just found out that maintaining this subspace required a large amount of energy. The 4 energy pillars had been consumed by half in just a while. Although the cost of energy was low in this era, it couldn't be used like this. If the space warehouse collapsed when the energy disappeared, it would be too unsafe. If it was attacked or malfunctioned, wouldn't the things inside the space warehouse be lost? After understanding the theory, Meng Qingwu was completely relieved. Once this spatial technology was successfully developed, it would have a very wide range of uses. Chu Tian said, "This technology is very attractive, but there are still many problems that need to be solved." Meng Yingying was puzzled. "I think it's perfect. Why can't we use it immediately?" "There are 2 problems that need to be solved," Chu Tian explained. "First, there are hundreds of millions of subspaces floating in this world, and they are all different in size. If we use this formation to directly summon them, then it will be full of uncertainty. This time, we will capture this space, and the next time, we will capture another space. If we can't accurately identify the space, then this technique is meaningless. So it's like this. Then what about the second problem? The second problem is for the future. We need to avoid illegal summons, for example, our space warehouse being stolen by others. Although it is hard to do with technology and probability, we have to prepare ahead of time. Chu Tian had decided to develop spatial technology, so he had to do his best to make it perfect. This was because spatial technology couldn't compare to the previous technology. The previous technology could only be considered low-end technology. They could all be replaced by higher-level technology. Only spatial technology was high-end technology that couldn't be replaced. Spatial technology had limitless possibilities, and he had planned on personally using it. However, spatial technology was at the 3rd level, and Chu Tian still needed some time to break through to the true spirit realm. Adding in the importance of the elves in Miracle Commerce's plan, Chu Tian decided to give some low-end spatial technology to Vivian. This would be an important chip to win over the elves in the future. Vivian's cultivation wasn't weak. She had innate spatial energy, was the elven princess, and was a simple person. She also matched the goals of Miracle Commerce, so she met all the requirements. Chu Tian said to Vivian, "If you want to become a qualified spatial engineer, you must learn how to find subspaces, mark subspaces, and modify subspaces. From today onwards, I will start from 0 and only teach you the basics of spatial technology. Miracle Commerce's first space warehouse will be given to you. Vivian's face turned completely red. She felt like her blood was boiling. The continent's first spatial engineer. I'm going to become the continent's first spatial engineer. Vivian almost couldn't suppress her ecstasy and excitement, wanting to shout out, "Calm down, I have to calm down. I am now an important person of miracle commerce. Chu Tian definitely wouldn't want to give this important technology to an immature person." Chu Tian looked at the little elf who was about to suffer internal injuries and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "All right, I'll continue talking about the basics of spatial technology. Learn as much as you can, and if you don't understand anything, you can find the young miss. Her source spirit is special, and her learning ability is 100 times faster than yours. If you don't understand, she will definitely understand." He didn't even finish speaking. A griffin knight suddenly rushed over to the Yun sect. "Greetings to the country guarding ruler, Cloud Dream Marquis. Urgent military report. His Majesty is asking the two of you to quickly head over." Meng Qinggu was a bit stunned. What is going on? The Griffin Knight had a serious expression. "The Warhound's fleet has been detected. I'm afraid the decisive battle is about to begin. They really know how to pick the right time." Chu Tian gloomily shook his head and said to the little elf with an apologetic look, "I'm sorry, I'll be busy for the next few days, so I'll have to slow down the teaching matter." Vivian's eyes were about to spit out flames. Damn, damn, damn. These disgusting and dirty spirit beasts, they could have come at any time, but they had to come at this princess' most important moment to cause trouble, angering me to death. I must exterminate them all. Meng Qinggu looked at the angry little elf, and her heart slightly skipped a beat. She tried to persuade her. "Southern Xia is about to go to war with the War Hound's kingdom. This battle will be very dangerous, and Central State will become the battlefield. You are an outsider and shouldn't get involved. Why don't you leave for a few days and come back after this matter is over?" "How can I do that? I've already joined Miracle Commerce." Vivian was most worried that the spirit beasts would cause trouble for Miracle Commerce. When she saw that Meng Qinggu was about to speak, she quickly cut her off and said, "Don't say any more. I must go with you to fight the spirit beasts. Actually, I, Vivian, have always hated the spirit beasts and can't wait to eliminate them all." Vivian strongly expressed that she wanted to participate in the battle. Chu Tian naturally couldn't ask for more. As for whether he would feel guilty, don't joke around. Did Chu Tian really think that the elves were a group of good people? The elves were kind by nature, but this kind of kindness was only towards their own kind. The elves had been able to reproduce on the continent for so many years, surviving the slaughter of countless other races and walking towards glory. Just this point alone showed that they were not easy to deal with. There were many races that had been exterminated because of the elves. When the elves dealt with their enemies, they would not be any kinder than humans. Chapter 349. It was reasonable for Vivian to hate the spirit beasts. The spirit beasts and the elves could be considered mortal enemies. The elves had been the rulers of the continent for a long time, but the elves had a slow population growth, and they did not have a strong heart, so they were chased by the aggressive spirit beasts. The two clans had a fierce battle. The elves had the absolute advantage at first, suppressing the spirit beasts and almost exterminating the spirit beasts. Only the spirit beasts were cheap, but they had a strong reproductive ability and a fast metabolism. Every time they were defeated, they would recover in just a few decades. The two clans fought for thousands of years, and the elves' population became smaller and smaller. They were suppressed, and the situation became worse and worse. Finally, in a decisive battle, the spirit beasts defeated the elves, causing the elves who once ruled the continent to fall from their divine altar. When the spirit beasts thought that they could replace the elves, another race suddenly joined the race's competition. This race was the human race. The humans' reproductive ability was only inferior to the spirit beasts. They were more intelligent, civilized, cunning, and fickle. The spirit beasts and humans had been evenly matched in the past few years, so there was no clear winner. The previous overlord, the elves, although they were a peak power, in the long run, the elves no longer had the power or ability to rule the continent. How many elves had the spirit beasts killed? It was because of their history that the elves hated the spirit beasts. Vivian was familiar with this since she was young, and adding in the fact that the spirit beasts in the Forest of Chaos would steal and steal. In Vivian's eyes, the spirit beasts were the embodiment of evil. They were the pests of the continent, lowly and cruel creatures that should be exterminated. Although the elves did not have any good feelings towards the humans because there were always greedy human traffickers that came to kidnap elven girls, compared to the spirit beasts, the humans were considered good citizens. Central State's temporary king's residence. The miracle commerce people had all arrived. Princess Vivian was wearing a flower crown, and her clothes were made of leaves. She was barefooted, and her strange attire was very eye-catching among the humans. Dongfang Qian naturally noticed this as well. His eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't ask any questions. The war hounds have already set off. Our army must prepare a countermeasure. Southern Summer King, you can be assured, Meng Qingwu said in a confident voice. Our army has over 100,000 source energy weapons, 10,000 source energy bombs, and 4 source energy cannons. As long as we equip them with the Central State Fleet and intercept them on the water, it's hard to say who will win. The Cloud Dream marquee words are wrong. The warhounds have reached 600,000 soldiers, and they have come out in full force, clearly showing their intent to fight. Our Northern Legion has 300,000 soldiers, and all of them are made up of ground cavalry. If they are converted to naval forces, their combat power will be greatly reduced. The Central State Army of 100,000 was not the main force of the Southern Summer Country, so their battle strength could be ignored. When the two armies confront each other, our side is obviously the weaker side. There is no advantage in not fighting. That was true. In terms of military strength, Southern Xia was not their match. The war hounds were not good at fighting on the water, but wasn't Southern Xia not? A valiant cavalry unit had been turned into a navy. They had nowhere to display their martial prowess. They were like a wolf with its claws and teeth pulled out. Not to mention the Central State Army. They weren't the main force in the first place, so they couldn't even be on the stage. When the two armies fought, they would collapse as soon as they came into contact. The other qualified commander of the army would definitely analyze the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. Dongfang Gan looked at the map of the 6 southern counties on the wall. If I was the Fong King, I would not fight on the water and would use any method to land. I would use the land that I'm more proficient in to destroy the Southern Summer Army. If my guesses aren't wrong, the Warhounds fleet will split up midway and use different routes to approach the Central State Army. They will land on land and decide the outcome of the battle. Everyone's expressions changed. If it was like this, it would be hard to handle. They did not know how the Warhounds fleet would change, and the Central State Army did not have the advantage in numbers, so it was impossible to surround them. A general stood up and said, "We will quickly send out troops and try to break them one by one. It's not that easy. The 4 States Lake is very large, and the routes can change at any time. How can we block 600,000 scattered enemies?" Dongfang Gan said this. This 4 States Lake's main force attacking Central State could be a pretense. I've studied the Fong King's tactics. This person likes to make risky moves, so there's an 80 to 90% chance he will lead his air force to cross the northern mountains. While we are fighting the warhounds at the 4 States Lake, he will launch a surprise attack on Central State City and stab us in the heart. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. These southern summer generals had followed Dongfang for many years. Dongfang's perception was very strong. He could accurately predict the enemy's actions every time. This was also the reason why he was undefeatable. Everyone thought about the previous two battles, and the Fong King's arrangements were very likely. But if it was like this, how could Southern Xia resist? Southern Xia was too weak. Whether it was the air force or the ground force, they would find it hard to resist. Chu Tian broke out in laughter. Dongfang was waiting for him to speak, and seeing him finally speak, he immediately asked, "Why is the country guarding ruler laughing? Did the Southern Summer King really forget, or did he deliberately not mention it? Our air force cannot compare to the other side, but we have an underwater force that the warhounds definitely do not have. The Four States Lake battlefield is Southern Xia's territory. If you give me 100,000 troops and equip them with Miracle Commerce's weapons, I can guarantee that the 600,000 warhounds will not be able to land. The other 300,000 will be left to defend Central State City. I don't believe that the warhounds can break through Central State. 100,000 people." Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. This boast was way too big. Chu Tian was filled with confidence. "I never boast. I can do what I say. 100,000 people is enough. Do you not believe me?" Dongfang thought about it for 2 seconds. "I'll give you 200,000 people. Don't be greedy and try to delay the enemy's formation. Central State City has 200,000 people. It's enough to guarantee their safety." Dongfang said, "I'll give the Griffin Knights to you to protect the Central State Fleet. There's no need to worry about Central State City." Damn, this fellow still did not believe me. "Even if you don't believe me, I don't believe you," Chu Tian said. "In order to guarantee Central State's safety, I will leave some Miracle Commerce people to defend. Nangong, Yingying, Vivian, you will stay in Central State to help the Southern Summer King." Nangong Yun, Meng Yingying, what use could these two girls have? Dongfang's eyes fell onto Vivian. He noticed Chu Tian's words. Miracle Commerce people? When Chu Tian said this, the elf did not show any displeasure, and instead had a calm expression. What happened? Could it be that Chu Tian managed to rope in this elf this quickly? What kind of background did this elf have? Directly roping her in like this shouldn't be a problem. Right. No matter what, this was a special time. This elf was very strong and would have quite a bit of use. Dongfang directly sent out the royal proclamation. Central State Shinfeng Ho, Chu Tian, and Meng Qingwu will lead the Central State Fleet to the Four States Lake and welcome the mighty warhounds' army. 300 large warships were already waiting for orders. 200,000 Southern Xia soldiers gathered at the port. The Southern Summer King, Dongfang personally came out to send the army off. Dongfang style was different from Dongfang Hao's. Dongfang did not like to play tricks. After simply motivating the soldiers, he immediately began to coordinate the transportation of supplies. The 100,000 Storm cavalry left their horses and turned into the navy. The Southern Summer King understood the army very well. Most of the 100,000 soldiers were good at archery, and archers were a very important part of the fleet. Of the 200,000 soldiers, a third of them were equipped with source energy firearms. Even if they weren't equipped with source energy firearms, most of them were equipped with heavy crossbows. Hong dong dong. There was a series of deep rolling sounds. The newly produced source energy crossbow cannons from Miracle Commerce were being installed on the warships. These source energy crossbow cannons were modified from traditional crossbows, and the crossbow bolts they shot were very destructive, high explosive bolts. There was a total of over 100 of them. They had a range of several thousand meters. There were over 3,000 heavy explosive crossbow bolts. This weapon would become one of the most destructive weapons in a warship battle. Not only could it cause large amounts of damage to the enemy, it could also destroy the Warhound's ships. Other than the Source energy crossbow cannons, Miracle Commerce also made several strange launchers. These launchers were used to launch bombs, and compared to the simple projectile weapons from before, these special launchers were more accurate. The shells they used were also specially made, so they had a very terrifying destructive might. Finally, there were two Shining Source energy cannons that were fixed on Chu Tian's flagship. These two Source energy cannons were the strongest weapons Miracle Commerce had ever produced. Even with many factories operating at the same time, they had only made 4 cannons. 2 were left in Central State, and 2 were brought out. These were true killing weapons. Everything is ready. Let's set sail. When the horn sounded, the Central State Fleet carried the hopes of countless Southern Xia citizens and slowly sailed out of the Central State Port towards the Four States Lake. Chu Tian crossed his legs as he sat on the deck to enjoy the wind. I never thought that father would lead an army into battle. Young miss, are you nervous? Meng Qingwu looked over at him. What are you nervous about? It was so dangerous last time, but we still survived. This time we're fully prepared. I don't believe they can play any tricks. Hey, it's best if you're not nervous. Chu Tian stood up, and his eyes sparkled. Damn, it's time for us to take our revenge. Have you notified Boss Yu's side? Relax, I've already used the communication device to contact the Giant Shark Gang's headquarters. Boss Yu has already organized a vanguard and is heading towards the Warhounds ahead of us. Chu Tian nodded in satisfaction. He hoped that they would do a good job, saving quite a bit of effort for Chu Tian. No matter how careful the Fong King was, he could not understand Central State's strength in this short amount of time. The Giant Shark Gang was a large problem that they didn't expect. Chapter 350. 3,000 Giant Shark Gang elites were standing on the small island with bare arms. Each gang member was carrying a large backpack, and there was a round object in the backpack that was the size of a wash basin. This was the underwater bomb that Miracle Commerce had carefully developed. The 5 leaders stood in front with serious expressions and their hands behind their backs. Boss Yu stood in the center with a fishbone cane, looking over everyone with a deep and sharp gaze. Ever since my Giant Shark Gang has joined hands with Miracle Commerce, we have grown by leaps and bounds in just a short 2 months. We have obtained large amounts of resources, and our gang members have quickly increased in strength, becoming the #1 gang in Southern Xia. Now that Southern Xia is in danger and Miracle Commerce has been implicated, it is time for us to play our role. Everyone loudly shouted, "Prepare to serve at any time." Working with Miracle Commerce in this period of time, everyone had benefited greatly. Everyone could feel the shocking potential of Miracle Commerce, and as long as they followed Miracle Commerce, everyone could obtain an unimaginable future. One's loss, one's glory, one's glory. Southern Xia was a matter of life and death. Once Southern Xia fell, how would Miracle Commerce survive? Once Miracle Commerce fell, how would the Giant Shark Gang survive? The Warhounds were their common enemy. Everyone had the same thoughts and the same logic. This battle was unavoidable, and they could only give it their all. Gang leader, the Warhounds' army is within 200 miles. All right, let's go. The 5 leaders personally led the 3,000 elites into the water. The 3,000 people were like incomparably agile fish, diving several hundred meters into the water. The Giant Shark Gang had already explored the Four States Lake's underwater environment, and the surrounding water area was specially chosen by the Giant Shark Gang for the Warhounds. This was the deep water area, being several hundred meters deep. Secondly, the underwater terrain was complex with dense reefs suitable for cover. Even if the Warhounds experts opened their minds, they would not be able to find the Giant Shark Gang in the water. The giant shark gang were all cultivators with special bloodlines. Otherwise, even a true spirit cultivator would not be able to hide in the water for several hours. All of their actions were carried out in the deep water, ensuring that nothing would go wrong. Night slowly fell. The Four States Lake was calm and peaceful. The 3,000 giant shark gang elites passed through the depths of the lake and finally arrived at the Warhounds' fleet. At this time, the Warhounds were only halfway through their journey, but the fleet had not split up and was still in a concentrated state. Southern Xia knew of the Warhounds' situation, and the Warhounds knew of Southern Xia's situation. Now that Southern Xia's fleet had just left, the two sides could not come in contact. Separating too early would reveal their intentions and routes. When Bossu looked up from the bottom of the lake, he saw that in the quiet and dark lake there were hundreds and thousands of black shadows moving. The number was so huge that it was shocking. "Do it!" Bossu gestured. The giant shark gang members all floated up and began to split up. They slowly went under the bed and took out a large round-shaped bomb from their backpacks. There was a nail on the top of the bomb that could easily cut through the bottom of the ship. Moreover, it was secured by a hook. Large ships that were more than 100 meters in length were equipped with at least 4 bombs, while the smaller ones were equipped with 2 bombs. The medium-sized ships were equipped with 1 bomb in the center. As for the smaller ships, if there were any left over, they were equipped with as many bombs as possible. In less than an hour, the giant shark gang had already completed their mission. They activated the bomb's explosion function and quickly left the area without anyone knowing. The Warhounds' army was still valiantly charging forward, not knowing that a seed of destruction had already been planted under their feet. Before dawn, the Warhounds' strong and fierce fleet passed through the mist that covered the lake, advancing in the direction of Central State. The Fong King's fierce flag fluttered above the sails. The hundreds and thousands of ships were like a large group of terrifying beasts. The Warhounds had 3 times the number of ships compared to Chu Tian. There were less than a quarter of the ships, and most of them came from Furnace State because over half of the ships from Song State and the Imperial region had been burned by the calm martial ruler. What if there weren't enough ships? Of course, they had to steal them. Because of this, the Warhounds' fleet was very messy. There were many merchant ships, mercenary ships, and even large fishing boats. Although there were many ships, it was hard to carry an army of this size. Because of this, most of the ships were filled with people. This could be seen from the water line. Wang Tianlong and Nan Gongling were fully armed as they stood on the deck. A Warhounds chief with 2 blades on his back and his body covered in black bandages was coldly standing beside the 2 of them. He said in a low and deep voice, "Our army is already halfway, and the Southern Xia army has already set sail. It is time to carry out the Fong King's strategy." This Warhounds chief was a true spirit expert. He was the only true spirit expert in the fleet. Wang Tianlong and Nan Gongling were just puppets. Although they were in charge of giving orders, they were all under the Fong King's orders. This true spirit realm Warhounds chief was in charge of monitoring the 2 of them. If the 2 of them made any small movements, the Warhounds chief could directly kill them. The 2 of them were very unhappy, but what could they do? The Southern Summer Country had no choice but to lower their heads to the Warhounds. "Immediately pass down my order," Wang Tianlong ordered the fleet. "The 5 armies will split up and advance at full speed to land." When Wang Tianlong's order was given, Hung, the leftmost warship of the war, hounds exploded with a shocking flame. In an instant, several explosions occurred. The extremely ferocious energy was like a volcanic eruption. A ferocious pillar of fire pierced through the bottom of the warship, blasting a large hole in the warship. Following that, the entire warship was torn in half. that fiery light shot up over 20 meters high, and countless beast spirits were thrown out like raindrops. Large amounts of debris were scattered all around, stirring up huge waves that flipped several of the small merchant ships on the side upside down. Wang Tianlong and the others were shocked. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! No one could have imagined that they would encounter an enemy attack this quickly, but they couldn't find a single shadow. Where was the enemy? This explosion was just the beginning. Hung, 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 hung. The surface of the Four States Lake released an unbelievable explosion as countless flames soared into the sky. The entire Warhound's fleet was blown to pieces, and most of the warships were destroyed by the explosion. Several 100,000 Warhound soldiers fell into the water, and the terrifying high temperature evaporated the water, instantly turning it into a large amount of mist that rose into the air, completely covering the area. The entire lake was filled with waves, and the lake water seemed like it was boiling. The surface of the lake, which had been calm just a moment ago, abruptly exploded into a shocking tsunami. There was an entire 1,000 to 2,000 explosions, and each bomb was carefully made by Miracle Commerce. When the large amount of refined crystal oil was detonated, it created an extremely high temperature and shockwave. The Warhound's spirit beasts were not prepared at all, and with such a fierce bombardment, it was hard to imagine the casualties caused. At least 100,000 Warhound's spirit beasts were killed in the explosions. The entire Warhound's fleet instantly collapsed. When Wang Tianlong fell into the water, he felt that the surrounding lake water was boiling violently. In such a short period of time, such a high intensity of energy had been released. The entire lake was boiling, and a large amount of water vapor soared into the sky, covering an area of dozens of kilometers. Countless spirit beasts miserably cried out as they struggled in the boiling water. Large amounts of corpses were cooked, rotten, releasing a nauseating smell. They couldn't see anything, and the fleet had completely collapsed. All orders were useless. What is going on here? Why did the warships all explode? Wang Tianlong could not believe what was happening in front of him, no matter what. The majestic army that swept through the world had turned into drowned chickens in an instant. The warships were all destroyed, and the Southern Xia army was nowhere to be seen. How could Wang Tianlong not go crazy with rage? The Warhounds never thought that they would be attacked by Miracle Commerce ahead of time because they had been observing the situation in the central state port, and Chu Tian had sent the Giant Shark Gang's elites. The Giant Shark Gang's headquarters was in the center of the Four States Lake, so the Giant Shark Gang directly attacked from their headquarters. Naturally, they would have an unexpected effect. When the Warhound's fleet suffered a serious setback, Chu Tian saw the flames in the distance and revealed a satisfied smile. Have the fleet set up an iron lock formation. The 200 ships were divided into two rows. The first row was placed horizontally with a wide deck filled with archers holding bows and guns, all aiming forward. There were a few ships that had crossbow cannons and launchers. The second row of ships was in a charge formation, standing vertically between the ships in front. It seemed like as long as the order was given, these ships would immediately charge forward. Quang dang dang. At this time, incomparably thick, fine iron chains connected the ships together, making them as stable as Mount Tai and as firm as a rock. Chu Tian was sitting on the flagship, leisurely waiting for something. Shen Fenghe landed in front of him and asked with a puzzled expression, "Why did you give the order to stop advancing?" Other than that, this iron lock formation can stabilize the fleet, but it greatly restricts the fleet's flexibility. Once the enemy launches a sneak attack, we won't be able to react in time. What's the rush? This. Chu Tian pointed at the misty lake and said, "Look." When Shen Fenghe looked into the distance, his eyes suddenly froze. What is this? On the calm Four States Lake, there was a blue line that suddenly appeared. It looked like a mountain range, but the strange thing was, why was there a mountain on the Four States Lake? Just when Shen Fenghe was confused, suddenly a warm and humid wind blew, accompanied by a light drizzle. Even the rainwater was warm. The blue outline was getting closer and closer. Shen Fenghe's pupils suddenly shrank. What kind of mountain range was this? This was clearly a tsunami that was over 100 meters tall. Be careful! The water covered the sky and earth as it swept over. Fortunately, Chu Tian had connected the ships in advance and anchored them. Although this huge tsunami was very fierce, it did not cause too much damage to the ships of southern Xia. Meng Qingwu and Chun Bingyu were both soaked. These two beauties with the best figures in miracle commerce were wet in front of Chu Tian. Their voluptuous bodies were naturally revealed, giving Chu Tian a feast for his eyes. Meng Qingwu looked at everything that was happening in front of her in shock and muttered to herself, "This is too exaggerated." Chapter 351. The Four States Lake was filled with waves, just like a storm. If southern Xia hadn't made preparations, they would have suffered losses facing this kind of attack. They could feel this wave from this far away. Then what was the scene of the warhound's army in the center of the explosion? Chu Tian gave a few loud laughs. All right, immediately pull out the anchor. The formation doesn't change. Just line up and move forward at full speed. There is a pot of drowned chickens waiting for us to clean up. Everyone charge forward and surround them. When Chu Tian's orders were sent out, southern Xia's fleet immediately moved. Several hundred warships lined up and surrounded the warhounds. After around half a day, there were large amounts of debris on the lake. Broken masts, broken decks, broken flags. Large amounts of warhounds' corpses filled the water. There were still many warhound soldiers that were still alive that were gathering together, trying to find a way to escape by floating objects. Hey, can you hear me? Chu Tian took a large loudspeaker from Meng Qingwu's hands, and his voice spread across the lake, naturally reaching the other side's ears. I am the Central State Rescue Team's Captain Chu Tian. I heard that there was a large disaster here, so I came all the way here. I never thought that this disaster would be this serious, but you don't need to worry. I'll help you end your pain. Prepare the ballistae and bows. The warhound soldiers were so angry that their noses almost went crooked. This damn fellow, he actually used this kind of despicable method. Damn, I knew it was you who did it. Wang Tianlong was in a very sorry state as he stood on a half-turned warship with several hundred warhound soldiers gathered around him. This will completely anger the Fang King and the Eagle Burial Empire. No one can save you now. Just wait for our revenge. Chu Tian observed them. Wang Tianlong and Nangong Ling, these two traitors were injured, but they were still alive. Their luck really isn't bad. The two of them had a good understanding of southern Xia, so it was natural for the Fang King to give them command. Other than that, Chu Tian also found a true spirit realm warhounds expert, but it was only one, so there was nothing to worry about. After all, the warhounds' army was already like this. How could they still resist? The Fang King was not here. Dongfang Gan's guess was correct. The Fang King launched 2 attacks at the same time. The warhounds used water to transport their troops, and they used spatial techniques to sneak attack the main city. It was a good plan. Southern Xia's army was very weak. Even if they could stop the warhounds' fleet, they wouldn't have the strength to defend the main city. If they could defend the main city, they wouldn't be able to stop this army of 600,000 people. The fall of Central State City was almost certain. It was only a matter of time. However, was it really that easy? Chu Tian had just casually tripped the warhounds, and the 600,000 warhounds army was stunned. What could they do now? Chu Tian was just getting started. Chu Tian held the megaphone and continued to shout, "Everyone, Please prepare yourselves. There will be some bumps later." The Warhound's soldiers all opened their eyes wide in shock. What else did this guy want? Chu Tian snapped his fingers. Several silhouettes appeared in the clouds, which turned out to be several giant airships. Each airship was escorted by a small group of Griffin Knights. When the airships appeared, large amounts of heavy bombs fell like rain, constantly falling onto the Warhound's fleet. Wave after wave of explosions filled the Four States Lake. After the powerful bombs exploded in the water, the terrifying pressure created was enough to shatter a person's internal organs. With this kind of wild bombardment, the casualties the Warhounds suffered was unimaginable. "Damn! Shoot them down for me." A group of vulture cavalry moved out. The Fong King was worried that the fleet would suffer a loss on the water, so he left a group of vultures to protect the warships. Who would have thought that before the vulture cavalry could even get close to the airships, the Griffin Knights would charge forward with their source energy submachine guns? In that instant, large amounts of light bullets fell onto the vulture cavalry. The fierce firepower stopped the vulture cavalry without any suspense. Wang Tianlong was filled with rage, and the Warhound's chief was also filled with rage. They immediately gave the order, "Charge! Charge forward at all costs, and take their warships." The Warhounds were worthy of being an incomparably fierce spirit beast race. Even in this kind of situation, they still resisted and swam through the water, attempting to take Southern Xia's warships. This is just the appetizer. Chu Tian raised the sound of the loudspeaker to the max and loudly shouted, "Now it's time for the main course." More than 100 high explosive crossbow bolts shot out, shooting straight into the lake. The entire surface of the lake was instantly covered in high temperature and flames. The fire dragon and water dragon danced together, the violent shockwave shattering the organs of the beast spirits. This wave of fierce attack was like throwing a bomb into the water filled with fish, instantly killing and injuring a large number of fish. Activate the launcher. The Miracle Commerce staff opened a rectangular box. This launcher was actually a honeycomb-shaped launcher. When the Miracle Commerce staff activated the launch button, waves after waves of bombs shot into the sky. They were very dense as they fell onto the water, instantly creating a chain of explosions. Too terrifying. How was this a war? This was simply a one-sided slaughter. The 3 waves of attacks were very short, not giving the Warhounds any time to react. Several tens of thousands of Warhound soldiers died, and almost all the Warhound's soldiers were heavily injured. But the Warhound's soldiers were also very fierce. Although they fell into the water, they wildly swam forward, charging forward without a care for their lives. They used their spirit energy to block the attacks, not caring about the cost to steal the ships. The Warhounds were much stronger than the southern summer country. There were many peak awakened soul cultivators among these Warhound soldiers. This was a very dangerous fight for these trapped beasts, so they could not be careless. They were getting closer and closer. Fire! The Southern Xia archers began to attack. Light bullets and arrows continued to fall into the water, slaughtering the spirit beasts in the water. The Warhounds were already in a sorry state. How could they withstand this kind of fierce and concentrated attack? The number of casualties kept increasing, and the blood of the war hounds turned the surface of the lake murky. At this time, roar! A warhound's expert jumped out of the water. It was the true spirit realm chief accompanying the army. He was holding a long blade in each hand as he slashed out at the warship in front of him. When that resplendent blade light slashed out, the surface of the lake was split apart. It was separated by over 100 meters as it slammed into the warship. The immense power stirred up the entire fleet. The entire warship was split into 3 pieces. Everyone's expressions changed. This warship was several dozen meters long, and it was even larger than a tall building. The warship itself was incomparably sturdy, but there was actually a person that could split it apart. This kind of strength was enough to shock people, truly worthy of being a Warhound's expert. Kill. The Warhound's warriors do not fear death. The Warhound's chief roared out in a hysterical voice. Fight it out with them. The Warhounds suffered heavy casualties, but the more desperate the situation was, the fiercer the spirit beasts would be. One Warhound's expert after another circulated their spirit energy to jump out of the water. They stepped on the debris floating on the surface of the lake, running like they were riding on the waves. They were like a group of water spiders as they approached the southern Xia warships. An injured beast was the most dangerous. These people were already prepared to perish together with the southern Xia people. Over half of the 600,000 Warhound soldiers had been eaten by the fish. Even if the remaining Warhounds attacked with all their strength, the threat could not be underestimated. Young Miss, activate the source energy cannon. Meng Qinggu had already been waiting for the order, so she immediately activated the source energy cannon on the flagship. This source energy cannon was made of a precious third-level metal, being a dark silver color. The smooth surface was covered in runes, and the structure was very precise, just like a work of art. Big Sister Bing, give me the cannon shell. Chun Bingyu threw a cannon shell that was thicker than an arm over. Chu Tian placed the entire source energy cannon shell into the cannon, and the patterns on the surface of the cannon began to glow. An incomparably strong energy condensed in the cannon, and an incomparably dazzling light was released from the cannon's mouth. A true spirit expert was too fast. It was hard to lock onto the other side with the naked eye. The source energy cannon was very strong, and Chu Tian only had one chance because once he failed, the other side would be alerted and be on guard. It would be much harder to succeed again, so he had to succeed on his first try. Mind's lamp, ignite. Chu Tian's divine sense locked onto the other side, and he suddenly activated the source energy cannon. With a heaven-shattering sound, the empty cannon shell was ejected, and a wave of white light shot out like a meteor. It tore through the sky and tore through the void, surpassing the speed of sound by several times as it instantly landed on the true spirit expert. Fast, too fast. It was already too late for the Warhound's chief to react. When the white light swept past him, half of his body disappeared. A respected true spirit expert. He had actually been killed by the other side's strange weapon. It was this clean, without the slightest bit of hesitation. It simply made people's hairs stand on end. It wasn't just the Warhounds that were stunned. Even the southern Xia soldiers found this hard to believe. This kind of small kingdom did not have many true spirit experts, and each true spirit expert was no different from a spiritual god in their eyes. This kind of incomparably strong existence actually died to a weapon that Chu Tian had made in less than half a month. Chun Bingyu handed over another cannonball. Chu Tian placed the energy cannonball into the cannon and did not give the Warhounds any time to prepare. He immediately aimed the cannon at the lake and fired it again. The cannon released an intense flame, and another large energy wave shot out. Dong! That terrifying temperature of several 100,000 degrees instantly evaporated a large part of the lake. The terrifying energy wave caused a second explosion, and several hundred Warhound soldiers lost their lives in the explosion. This time, even the fiercest soldier would collapse. In the eyes of the Warhound soldiers, Chu Tian was not a person at all. He was a demon, a terrifying war demon, a cruel killing demon. Chapter 352. The general situation had been decided. The Warhound's army was completely defeated. The first wave of explosions killed over 100,000 people, and the following waves of explosions killed over 100 to 200,000 people. The large-scale shooting arrows and continuous explosions killed over 100,000 people. A super army of 600,000 people. How many of them were left? The war hounds were not afraid of death, but in this situation, they did not have any chance of winning at all. They did not even have a foothold. The unprecedented source energy cannons had completely destroyed the morale and confidence of the war hounds. They had lost. They had completely lost. It's about time. Chu Tian felt that there would not be any more changes. Release the chains and charge forward with all your strength. Don't take any prisoners. Kill them all. Chu Tian's cold voice was like the shadow of a death god that shrouded the hearts of the war hounds. Was Chu Tian a bloodthirsty person? Of course not. But Chu Tian was not soft-hearted. The battle strength of these warhound soldiers was more than 2 streets above Southern Xia's main force. If they were allowed to live, they would only cause trouble for Southern Xia. If they killed all 600,000 people at once, the warhounds' planes would not be able to recover for 3-5 years, and they would not be able to invade the south again. Stop killing with killing. They could only do this. After all, Chu Tian was a human. The Southern Xia warships released the chains, and the warships began to move forward at the same time. Source energy bullets and powerful arrows filled the sky, harvesting the lives of the warhounds' soldiers. When a battle reached this point, even if they had several true spirit experts, it would be useless. The 600,000 warhounds' army was destined to be completely annihilated on the 4 states lake. We're retreating. Wang Tianlong knew that there was no hope for this battle. The large amounts of arrows and bullets wildly raining down made Wang Tianlong's heart turn cold. He could only pull Nan Gongling and retreat. The warhounds were backed by the Eagle Burial Kingdom. So even if they lost all their soldiers, as long as the Eagle Burial Kingdom was here, Southern Summer would not dare attack the Imperial region. Where there was life, there was hope. Chu Tian revealed a cold smile. Seeing this, want to escape? How could it be that easy? Whether it was the front line of defense or the fall of Royal City, Wang Tianlong had played an important role. Chu Tian hated traitors the most in his life. Moreover, this fellow had brought him and Miracle Commerce so much trouble and harm. I'll leave Nan Gongling to you. Leave Wang Tianlong to me. Chu Tian, Shen Fengho, and Chen Bingyu all jumped down from the warship at the same time. Chu Tian stepped on the floating planks of the water and shot forward like a meteor towards Wang Tianlong. He pulled out the netherworld sword from his back, and the blade that was as smooth as a mirror was instantly ignited with flames. Flickering flames slash. A burning and resplendent sword light arrived in an instant when Wang Tianlong felt the sharp sword chi coming straight at his back. He leaped forward, turned around in the air, and stabbed out with his spear. The instant the spear light and the sword chi collided, the pressure caused the surrounding lake water to explode. Countless water droplets fell. The two of them landed on different floating objects, facing each other several meters apart. Wang Tianlong's face turned terrifying. He never thought that not only would Chu Tian return alive from Imperial City, he would also make such large progress. He was now a late awakened soul cultivator. Chu Tian raised his sword and pointed it at him. What goes around comes around. Didn't you feel good chasing father around Wang Yu? Now it's time to pay the interest. With just you, don't think that you can compete with me, just because your cultivation base has increased a bit. Wang Tianlong raised the spear in his hand, and the spirit energy around him began to ripple. You don't have those corpses by your side. Do you think you can still defeat me? Die! Wang Tianlong stabbed out with the spear in both hands. The lake water began to surge and formed 4 or 5 flood dragons that charged at Chu Tian at the same time. Flame demon transformation. As Chu Tian retreated, His body was suddenly covered in a layer of raging flames, and he instantly turned into an incomparably tall demon. The powerful energy released from his body instantly evaporated the water dragons around him. A large burning sword slashed at Wang Tianlong. Before the sword even reached him, the fierce and cold sword chi actually froze the surrounding lake. When Chu Tian used the flame demon transformation before, he had to spend a long time accumulating netherworld ghost flames, but now he could instantly use it. It could be said that he had made a large progress. Wang Tianlong's talent was around the same as Chu Xinghe's. When Chu Tian's cultivation base was lower, he could use the flame demon transformation to defeat Chu Xinghe. If Wang Tianlong wanted to block it, it wouldn't be that easy. Flood dragon body protection. Wang Tianlong's body was covered in mist as countless golden flood dragons quickly moved around him. Those golden figures moved back and forth, forming a golden cover around Wang Tianlong. Chu Tian's sword slashed at Wang Tianlong, and the surrounding lake water evaporated, but Wang Tianlong's body wasn't injured at all. "You can't break my defense," Wang Tianlong roared as he stabbed out with his spear. The flame demon's body was pierced through. "Break for me!" The flame demon's body was shattered by the violent strength. Meng Qingwu saw this scene from afar, and she couldn't help covering her mouth. A peak 9th awakened soul layer cultivator was too strong. He could actually break Chu Tian's flame demon transformation. She knew that the essence of Chu Tian's flame demon transformation was to release the weapon spirit's power and fuse it with his body. Although the flame demon transformation could increase his strength by a large amount, once the flame demon transformation was released, Chu Tian's netherworld sword would be weakened for a period of time, and he wouldn't even be able to use his normal strength. Wang Tianlong was not pleased for long, because he found that the netherworld ghost flames that had exploded had all gathered onto Chu Tian's body under some kind of gravitational force. The several-meter-tall flame demon had turned into a 2-meter-tall flame demon. At this moment, Chu Tian, from head to toe, from his arms to his weapons, he was completely covered in a layer of netherworld ghost flames. Only this layer of flames did not scatter. It was like an armor was attached to Chu Tian's body. He looked like a life form carved out of blue and white crystal. Wang Tianlong's pupils shrank. "This is..." Chu Tian's low and deep voice came from the crystal-like life form. "This is a new move I've created, the second state of the flame demon transformation." The flame demon transformation was a secret technique Chu Tian had created based on the 9-demon and God transformation. It allowed Chu Tian to merge with the weapon spirit netherworld, increasing his strength by a large amount. When Chu Tian's cultivation base became a substitute, he had modified this secret technique and created this second state. The first state's specialty was becoming larger, increasing its destructive power and attack range. The second state's specialty was becoming smaller, decreasing its attack power, but increasing its flexibility and defense. Boring. No matter how many tricks you use, it's useless. Wang Tianlong thrust his spear at Chu Tian. "Go die!" Chu Tian's figure swayed. Ripples appeared on the surface of the water. Chu Tian instantly disappeared, leaving behind a sonic boom in the air. The spear glow created a giant wave on the surface of the lake, but it did not even touch the hem of Chu Tian's clothes. Such a fast speed. Perhaps it had already surpassed the speed of sound. Wang Tianlong was shocked. This speed was not inferior to his. It was even a bit faster than Wang Tianlong's. But this was impossible. Chu Tian only had a cultivation in the 7th awakened soul layer. How could he be this fast? So, a sword came slashing at his back. Wang Tianlong quickly raised his spear to stab back. Chu Tian quickly retreated, not having any intention of tangling with him. Wang Tianlong mainly cultivated a defensive cultivation technique. so he did not have a fast movement speed. Now, that Chu Tian's speed was this fast. Wang Tianlong had no way of attacking him. Chu Tian could clearly see the flaw in Wang Tianlong's cultivation technique. Wang Tianlong's defensive cultivation technique was very strong, but once Wang Tianlong used this cultivation technique, only a true spirit realm expert could break through it. Even Chu Tian could not do this, at least not with the cultivation of the 7th to 8th awakened soul layer. However, this cultivation technique had a clear flaw, which was that it consumed too much energy. In other words, this defensive cultivation technique was very strong, and it could be used to defend, making it hard for people to touch it. But to maintain this defense, it needed to burn a large amount of spirit energy. Chu Tian did not need to forcefully attack. He just needed to stall for time. When Wang Tianlong ran out of spirit energy, he could break him in one fell swoop. Wang Tianlong brandished his spear as he angrily attacked, but Chu Tian's speed was above his, and Chu Tian's divine sense was also above his, so he could predict the enemy's movements, not letting Wang Tianlong touch a single hair on his body. Time ticked by. Chu Tian did not consume too much energy, but Wang Tianlong was already feeling like he couldn't hold on anymore. This defensive cultivation technique was different from the Starlight Immortal Body. Before the Starlight Immortal Body was attacked, it did not consume any energy, but Wang Tianlong's cultivation technique consumed a lot of energy. This was not a long-term defensive cultivation technique, but rather a life-saving technique. Damn, he couldn't keep fighting. The current battle situation was very disadvantageous to Wang Tianlong. If he kept fighting, even if he wasn't defeated by Chu Tian, he would still be surrounded by the Southern Summer King's army. "I'll take your dog head another day." Wang Tianlong angrily said this sentence and was about to escape. However, how could he lose it so easily? Not long after Wang Tianlong left, a large amount of dark red needles shot out of the water. They instantly pierced through Wang Tianlong's protective spirit energy and landed on his body. Wang Tianlong gave a pitiful cry. That strong defense instantly revealed a flaw. Good chance. Chu Tian's legs stepped out of the water, and with the speed of the Flame Demon Transformation's second layer, he released the Netherworld Raging Flame Slash, increasing his speed even further. That sword glow was like a sharp beam of light as it instantly slashed across Wang Tianlong's neck. Wang Tianlong's eyes opened wide. He felt like he was flying and the entire world was spinning around him. When he looked down, he saw a headless body that had been slashed by a bright sword glow. Am I dead? If he knew this would happen, he would not have chosen this path. This was the last thought that remained in Wang Tianlong's mind. Chu Tian had used a trivial 7th awakened soul layer cultivation to kill a peak 9th awakened soul layer cultivator. On the other side, Shun Fengho and Chen Bingyu had worked together to kill Nangong Ling without any suspense. 2 traitors had been killed at the same time, and the 600,000 Warhounds army had been completely wiped out. Southern Xia had been defeated twice. Their 1,000,000 soldiers had been killed, their imperial city had been taken, the imperial region had fallen, the marshal had died, and the Southern Summer King had been killed. All of their humiliation had finally ended. Chapter 353. To the north of Central State City, there were high mountains and layers of rocks covering over 1,000 miles. The terrain was very complex, and it was filled with fierce beasts, so there was not a single safe path. Even the most experienced mercenaries would find it hard to pass through, not to mention the tens of thousands of troops on the ground. It was because there was a natural barrier separating Central State and the north that no one thought the Warhounds could attack from the north. On a mountain that was less than 100 miles from Central State, from the middle of the mountain to the peak, there was a dense amount of vultures. The black flag of the Warhounds fluttered in the wind, and the sharp weapons of the tens of thousands of soldiers released a cold glow that could freeze a person's heart. The 4 Warhounds chiefs asked, "It's about time, let's begin." The Central State Army should already be fighting the Warhounds at the 4 States Lake. The Central State Army was busy chasing the Warhounds, so it was impossible for them to return. This was a good chance to launch a surprise attack on Central State, but for some unknown reason, the Fong King did not give the order and was thinking about something with a frown. What is the Fong King waiting for? As long as we take Central State, the southern summer country will belong to the Warhounds, and we will have 200 million slaves. The Fong King looked in the direction of Central State City. Central State has already sent half of their troops to the 4 States Lake. This means that the other side's commander has already calculated our deployment. I'm afraid Central State City has already prepared for a surprise attack. So, what if they calculated it? The other side is Dongfang. If it was that easy to plot against, how could he defend the southern summer country for several decades? This person is hard to defeat with military tactics, so we can only use absolute strength. The Warhounds chiefs were not surprised, and they didn't care at all. This is a good chance for us. They want to take care of both sides, but they will lose both sides. The Southern Xia army is weak. With 30,000 vultures carrying 40,000 elites, there will be a total of 70,000-80,000 people descending from the sky. The Warhounds have more than enough strength to fight 1 against 3. After we destroy the morale of Central State City, the army will come ashore and take over the city, pacifying the southern summer country in one fell swoop. The confidence of the chiefs did not come from nowhere. The difference in strength between the Warhounds and the southern summer country was too large. The Warhounds were fierce by nature, so even if they fought 1 against 3, the Warhounds' warriors would have a high chance of winning. Not to mention the fact that the Warhounds' elites and the true spirit realm chiefs, led by the Fong King, were participating. So what if Central Continent had 200,000 soldiers? They were all cavalry from the north, unable to form a strong enough defensive force. Ever since Central State was established, it was located in the center of southern Xia, with no danger in all directions. This could not be compared to Imperial City that had been under the threat of the Warhounds for several hundred years. There was no other choice. He could only fight with all his might. The Fong King decided to take a risk this time. He personally rode on a vulture beast king and rose into the sky. The order was quickly passed down. 30,000 vultures entered battle mode. Each vulture beast carried 2 or 3 elite warriors as they continued to rise from this lonely peak. Attack! 30,000 majestic vultures were like a large black cloud as they swept towards Central Continent City. At this moment, Central State City had already finished its defensive preparations. All the citizens of the city had been evacuated to their homes, and the Southern Xia army was spread out on the streets, ready to attack at any time. Clang, clang! An ear-piercing alarm bell rang. Dongfang Qian took the king's sword and personally went to the command platform to supervise the battle. The enemy is attacking from the north. Their numbers are estimated to be around 30,000. Archery unit, prepare to meet them. True enough, the Eagle Burial Kingdom sent more reinforcements. This number was double what Dongfang Qian had imagined, but it wasn't to the point of being impossible to deal with. Under Dongfang Qian's command, 10,000 archers shot out. The arrows were like locusts as they flew out of Central State City. Each arrow was infused with powerful spirit energy, flying over 1,000 meters and reaching a killing range of around 500 meters. The Fong King was also an experienced commander, so he had expected Central State to resist. When he heard the sounds of bowstrings being released, the Fong King raised his hand, and the entire army changed directions. They passed through the dense rain of arrows and charged at Central State City once again. The first wave of arrows was the strongest, whether it was in terms of uniformity or strength, but the second wave was clearly weaker. The Vulture Knights charged down at full speed, charging through the rain of arrows. Passing through the roofs of Central State City, large amounts of Warhound's elites jumped off the vultures with scimitars, falling into Central State City like rain. The 30,000 Vulture Knights were a very strong battle strength. Without Southern Xia's aerial forces, it was enough to easily defeat 100,000 storm cavalry, not to mention there were 40,000 airborne soldiers. These soldiers that jumped down from the vultures were all very strong existences. They were experts picked out of 10 in the Warhound's army. Kill all humans. Kill, kill. Central State did not have any aerial forces, so the Vulture Knights could run amok. Just the archers could not stop them. The speed and power of the arrows could not pose a threat to the vultures. When the Warhound's elites moved through the streets like spiders, charging at the Southern Summer soldiers like hungry wolves, Dongfang Gan saw that the enemies were deep in and immediately gave the order, "Open fire." The Southern Xia army had been waiting for this order for a long time. Meng Yingying held the Source Energy submachine gun in her hands as she fired at a group of Warhound soldiers coming out from the corner of the street. The dense rain of light bullets instantly killed several people. "Go die, you damn Warhounds bastards." Nangong Yun took out a large fellow that was several times longer than a normal Source Energy submachine gun. The barrel had 3 openings, and there were 8 large magazines connected to the body of the gun. Each large Source Energy magazine could shoot at least 30-40 bullets, which meant that this special gun had a high capacity of around 300 bullets. Hung, hung, hung. The special gun released a wild beast-like roar. The 3 barrels poured out large amounts of Source Energy bullets like a storm. When Nangong Yun swept across the sky, several Vulture Knights were instantly torn to pieces by the terrifying strength. Ha ha ha, this is so King satisfying. Boss, this weapon is practically made for me. Nangong Yun turned her body, and the 3 barrels spat out flames. I'll let you taste Miracle Commerce's might. This was a heavy firearm specially made by Chu Tian. The materials used were leftover materials from the Source Energy cannons, so the gun had a high resistance. Even if it was fired at a high speed, the barrel would not easily explode. This heavy firearm's firepower was 3-4 times stronger than the submachine gun and was named the Storm Rifle. There was only one in the entire Miracle Commerce, and it was used by Nangong Yun to have fun with it. Open fire. Sweep away the Warhound's vermin. Meng Yingying and Nangong Yun had only opened the curtains. The Southern Xia army had been hiding their strength to numb their opponents. When the Warhounds began their attack, Southern Xia did not need to hold anything back. Countless Source Energy guns began to fire at the same time. These Source Energy guns did not have as long range as the crossbows, but they had a terrifying destructive might in the short to medium range. Whether it was power or firing speed, they could not be compared to before. In the Imperial City battle, 2,000 submachine guns caused 20,000 Vulture cavalry to flee like rats, suffering heavy casualties. Now, the Central State City Army had over 10,000 Source Energy submachine guns and several tens of thousands of Source Energy pistols. Although they did not have any air-to-air power, the scale and quantity could not be compared to the past. Dongfang Gan's formation was airtight, and the Warhound's Vulture cavalry were thrown into a pit of fire, instantly suffering an unbelievable number of casualties. The several Warhound's chiefs were stunned seeing this. What was going on? Since when did these humans have so many strange weapons in their hands? The Fong King's eyes began to heat up. As expected, this kind of weapon could be quickly produced, and the material cost was very low, allowing them to produce this much in a short period of time. If the Warhounds delayed their attack by 3-5 months, perhaps the Eagle Burial Kingdom would personally send out their troops. They would need to pay a large price to capture southern Xia. This was great. If they could obtain this technology for the Eagle Burial Kingdom to use, it would be worth 10 Warhounds' kingdoms. Go, full force attack. The 4 True Spirit Realm War Hounds chiefs made a move. The 4 True Spirit Realm experts each had the strength of 1,000 cavalry, and the 4 of them attacking together did not lose to 10,000 cavalry. They instantly tore apart southern Xia's defenses and caused quite a bit of casualties to southern Xia. Humph, the spirit beasts are acting fierce. Watch me deal with them. Vivian wanted to make a move. Wait a minute. Meng Yingying suddenly called out to her. Now is not the time. Your target is the other side's Fong King. Vivian said through gritted teeth. These fellows are too despicable. It's simply intolerable. Don't be anxious. We'll give them a taste of our strength. Nangong Yun put away the exaggerated storm rifles and took out the source energy cannons. Meng Yingying loaded the source energy cannons, and the 2 of them aimed the cannons at the true spirit cultivators flying in the sky. Open fire! Hum! Amidst the earth-shattering roar, that white light was even more dazzling than the sun as it instantly tore through the sky. It flew through the sky and hit a warhound's chief, instantly vaporizing most of his body. That white shockwave did not decrease as it flew through the sky, destroying several vulture knights in a straight line. This was the might of the source energy cannons. Dongfang Gan was completely shocked. Chu Tian had described the source energy cannons before, saying that this thing was several hundred times stronger than normal source energy pistols. Dongfang Gan already knew that the source energy cannons were not weak, but he never thought it would be this strong. This was simply too shocking. It wasn't just Dongfang Gan who was shocked. When everyone felt the bone-chilling, destructive might of the source energy cannons, they couldn't help feeling their souls tremble. This thing was just too strong and too terrifying. The Fong King's face turned green. Did he still underestimate the southern Xia humans? But since the humans had this kind of weapon, why didn't they use it in Imperial City? How many of these weapons did southern Xia have? If there were enough of them, it would be enough to equip the fleet. The Warhound's army on the 4 States Lake would be in danger. The cost of the source energy cannons was very high. Miracle Commerce had used the National Treasury's resources, but they could barely make 4 of them. Of course, they couldn't equip the entire army, but when 2 armies faced each other, just 1 or 2 of these weapons was enough to deter an army of 10,000. Continue firing. Nangong Yun and Meng Yingying continued firing. The terrifying explosions of the source energy cannons echoed through the sky. Because the enemy true spirit experts were already on guard, it wasn't easy to kill them anymore. However, it was enough to kill large amounts of the vulture knights and deal a destructive blow to their morale. The Fong King roared, "Don't panic, there are only 2 of these weapons. Whoever kills them, for me, these 2 weapons will belong to them." The Warhound's warriors were filled with excitement. Who didn't want this kind of weapon that could instantly kill true spirit experts? There would be brave men with great rewards. The 3 Warhound's chiefs personally moved out, leading the Vulture Knights to attack Meng Yingying's group. Chapter 354. The Warhound's chiefs were attacking Miracle Commerce, so Dongfang Gan could not just sit back and do nothing. His source spirit turned into a large bow covered in blood runes, and wild spirit energy was poured into the bowstring, turning it into 3 arrows. They saw him gather energy and suddenly shoot them into the sky. The 3 arrows flew into the sky and turned into 3 giant spears. Like meteors falling from the sky, they flew at the 3 chiefs with an incomparably strong might. This power, it was without a doubt Dongfang Gan. Dongfang Gan was an old opponent of the Warhound's plains, so none of the Warhound's chiefs dared to look down on him. When the three of them saw Dongfang Gan's sudden attack, they immediately joined hands to create a giant energy barrier. 3 giant spear-like arrows slammed into the barrier, creating the sound of glass shattering. The Fang King locked onto Dongfang Gan's position and gave a cold snort. He pulled out the golden drum and stomped his feet, flying into the sky. Just like a giant bird spreading its wings, it was like a mountain pressing down. "My king, be careful!" The 2 personal guards did not have time to release their source spirits. The purple-gold thunder god's drum released 2 bolts of lightning that struck their bodies. Like 2 pieces of paper being torn apart, the 2 personal guards were turned to ashes. The Fang King did not stop at all. That golden drum already contained a terrifying thunder energy, and it released an even more resplendent glow. When it flew at Dongfang Gan, tens of thousands of bolts of lightning shot out in all directions, just like a giant spider web. Although Dongfang Gan had never fought with the Fang King before, from the pressure he felt, this person's cultivation was not below his own, and even surpassed him by quite a bit. That long bow turned into a set of armor, and Dongfang Gan took out a treasure sword filled with a majestic aura. It was the Southern Summer King's sword. This sword was not just the symbol of the Southern Summer King, it was also a powerful divine weapon. Dongfang Gan released his full strength to block the Fang King's shocking attack. Dang! When the golden drum hit the king's sword, the ground under the 2 sovereign kings' feet caved in by half a foot, and a shallow pit appeared in a radius of 30 meters. The surrounding buildings were shattered, and the large and small stones, along with the people, were moved dozens of meters away by the irresistible force. There seemed to be a strong energy field surrounding the 2 of them. This force field was unimaginably strong. Large amounts of surging spirit energy collided, and even created flames and thunder. Almost everything that was enveloped in this force field was crushed by the tyrannical spirit energy storm. The Fang King's attack was incomparably wild, and Dongfang Gan's momentum was much weaker, but Dongfang Gan's armament source spirit had already turned into a defensive state, so it was enough to absorb most of the damage. This attack seemed to be evenly matched. However, both sides did not move their weapons away. Instead, they continued to wrestle. Ha ha ha! The Southern Summer East country is only SOSO. The Fang King used some kind of secret technique, causing all the tendons in his body to bulge out, and the power he erupted with became stronger and stronger. Dongfang Gan's feet continued to sink deeper and deeper, increasing the size of the crater. "Thunder God, give me strength." A bolt of heavenly lightning fell from the sky and landed on the golden drum, increasing the might of this weapon by over half. Dongfang Gan found it hard to resist this sudden increase in strength. Large amounts of lightning continued to fall on Dongfang Gan's body, and the armor formed from the armament source spirit was like it was being wildly pounded by a boxer, as large amounts of holes appeared on it. Of course, Dongfang Gan was unwilling to lose, so he also began to resist. The runes on the surface of the king's sword were all undone, and a wave of energy sealed within the king's sword burst out, instantly creating a shocking amount of extremely sharp sword chi. The Fang King did not have any defenses, and a large amount of bloody mist instantly erupted from his body. There were dozens of wounds on his body. What difference is there between these wounds and being cut by a small knife? The Fang King's right hand held the golden drum, and his left hand condensed a fierce energy, slamming it at Dongfang Gan's chest. Dongfang Gan also raised his fist at the same time, and also sent it at the Fang King. The moment the 2 fists collided, this time the entire force field was broken. When the terrifying energy leaked out, the surrounding ruins were flattened in a single breath. Dongfang Gan's source spirit armor shattered, and he was sent flying several hundred meters like a cannonball. Like a meteor, he created a large hole in the ground, and his organs were all injured. The Fang King's strength was very deep, Even Dong Fanggan was weaker than him by quite a bit. Against a person like the Fang King, it was hard for Southern Xia's experts to defeat him alone. They could only use a suicide squad to consume his spirit energy and kill him when his strength was weak. Kill the Southern Summer King. Kill the Southern Summer King. The Warhound's army was filled with excitement when they saw the Fang King's bravery. Southern Xia's firepower was too strong, so it would be very hard to take down Southern Xia. However, if the Fang King could kill the Southern Summer King, Dong Fanggan, Central State would fall into chaos, and they would have a chance at that time. Even if they failed to take down the city, there would still be chaos, and it would be much easier for the army to attack. Of course, the Fang King would not miss this good chance. The golden drum released a dazzling bolt of lightning that stabbed at the retreating Dong Fanggan. However, the space in front of him twisted at this time, and a petite figure came out. Who is it? This person's appearance was too sudden, and the Fang King did not have time to defend. A beautiful white jade-like hand grabbed the Fang King's golden drum that was flickering with thunder and lightning. That surging spirit energy was released, instantly causing the Fang King to feel his body tremble as he retreated several meters. That figure flashed and appeared behind him again. A sparkling and translucent dagger slashed through the air, cutting a hole in the air like a piece of cloth. This is bad. The Fang King stepped into it and was instantly surrounded by the spatial energy. He did not have time to escape, and when he came back to his senses, he was already over 100 miles away, standing in the air above a forest. Damn, what was going on here? Southern Xia still had hidden experts? But even if Southern Xia had hidden experts, it didn't make sense for them to be this strong. The Fang King had never seen a person that could force him back with pure spirit energy. Even in the Eagle Burial Kingdom, there weren't many experts that could do this. Not to mention that this person's spirit energy attribute was very special. It was actually the rarely seen spatial attribute. The Fang King was caught off guard, so he was taken away from Central State. Who are you? When the Fang King saw the unknown expert appear, he couldn't help but be stunned. She was a short girl around 4 meters tall, barefooted, and had a pair of crystal-clear ankles that were as spotless as jade. She wore a crown of flowers on her head, and her face was young and tender. This was clearly a young elf. Why are the elves getting involved in this mess? The Fang King could not understand this no matter how much he thought about it. The southern summer country did not have any background. There was no doubt about this. Otherwise, the Eagle Burial Kingdom would know about it. The elves would not help a human country for no reason. This was not the style of the elves since ancient times. Vivian already couldn't hold it in. Before Chu Tian left, he had told her that she couldn't reveal her strength and identity in front of too many people, otherwise the entire southern Xia would know that there was a young elf helping them beat back the spirit beasts. The elven forest would immediately know about this, and it would be bad for miracle commerce. The best method was to take advantage of the Fang King and the Southern Summer King's fight and suddenly make a move. Before anyone could react or even see what was happening, Vivian would send the Fang King out of the battlefield. This way, the Warhounds would lose their leader and Vivian would be able to fight as she pleased. Do elves need a reason to fight spirit beasts? Vivian had fought quite a few spirit beast experts in the forest. This Warhound's kingdom's Fang King was a bit troublesome, but he was not Vivian's match with his strength. Seeking death. The Fang King instantly stabbed out with the drum. Spatial crack. Vivian was prepared to use the method she used on Dong Fanggan to deal with the Fang King. First, she would tear open a spatial crack to block the Fang King's attack, and then she would create another spatial crack on the Fang King's body. As long as the Fang King's weapon touched the spatial crack, the one who would be pierced by the spatial crack would be himself. The Fang King could feel the spatial energy fluctuations, and his weapon stopped in front of the spatial crack. However, the golden drum released lightning that went around the spatial crack to shoot at Vivian. This spirit beast really did have some skills. Vivian had fought quite a few strong characters in the Forest of Chaos, but there were very few opponents that could see through Vivian's spatial manipulation. For the Fong King to be able to do this, it really wasn't simple. Vivian's source spirit was the spatial dagger, and her main ability was to create spatial cracks in space. All of her attacks, defenses, and movements were based on this foundation. Vivian could not only teleport through space, she could also cut through space and do things normal people couldn't do. Therefore, no secret realm or cage could trap her. Other than that, Vivian also had an extraordinary attack because she could cut through space, so she could cut through anything on a spatial level. Cut! Vivian's right arm swung out. Space was torn apart by an invisible power, and it was like a large mouth swallowing the lightning. The Fong King's expression slightly changed. With your strength, why are you working for the southern summer insects? Could it be that you're interested in miracle commerce and Chu Tian's knowledge? If it's like this, we can share it and mind our own business. The Fong King was a bit scared. This little elf's cultivation was a bit higher than his, and she had the innate spatial energy that was 1 in 100 million on the continent. Even if the Fong King was strong and experienced, it would be hard for him to kill the other side. Vivian curled her lips in disdain. I don't want to work with spirit beasts. If you don't die today, then I will live. So what's the point of saying so much? The Fong King was also enraged. This elf simply didn't know what was good for her. The Fong King raised the golden drum and summoned thousands of bolts of lightning. It was like a dense rain that wildly poured out in all directions. This elf's innate talent was not normal, but she had to cut through space to control it. The Fong King filled the surrounding space with lightning, and it was hard to tell where the Fong King was with the naked eye. Vivian wanted to cut through space to teleport over, but when the spatial crack opened beside the Fong King, large amounts of lightning wildly poured into it, making it impossible for Vivian to teleport. Was he filling his body with energy to stop Vivian's movements? No, this was just the beginning. Thunder God's body. The lightning in the surroundings suddenly gathered together and attached to the Fong King's divine sense, turning him into a giant more than 6 meters tall. This giant had a beast face and a human body, with a pair of giant wings. His body was made of lightning energy, and the Fong King's aura instantly increased by several times. This was a thorny problem. Everyone knew that the spatial attribute was one of the strongest attributes, but they didn't know that the stronger the power, the more restrictions there were. When Vivian controlled space, she was mainly affected by 2 factors. The first was the distance. The further the space, the lower the accuracy. For example, if Vivian wanted to use space to cut through a person 10 meters away, she could easily do it, but it would be a bit difficult to make it 100 meters away, and it would be very difficult to make it 1,000 meters away. This was because controlling space depended on one's divine sense. The further the distance, the weaker the divine sense, the more inaccurate the location. The second was the stability of space. The stability of space also affected the accuracy. This space was stable most of the time, but when the space was filled with powerful energy, the space would become unstable due to the energy fluctuations. If Vivian's strength was not enough to overcome the interference of the energy, it would be very hard for her attacks to hit the other side. The Fong King continued to release high-intensity energy into the surrounding space to affect the stability of space and obstruct Vivian's control of space. He also used the energy waves to interfere with divine sense, making it hard for Vivian to locate him. Damn, she never thought that this fellow would know so much. Could it be that he had dealt with a spatial source spirit before? Vivian put away her contempt. This time she was facing an experienced soldier. If she wasn't careful, it would be hard to say who would win. Although Vivian could easily escape with her innate spatial energy, She had failed the first important task Chu Tian had given her. How could she have the face to go back? Chapter 355. Then she could only try the cultivation technique Chu Tian taught her. Vivian had innate spatial energy, but because she hadn't found a suitable cultivation technique, she could only rely on her source spirit's ability to cut through space to fight. So her fighting style was quite simple. As for spatial rending teleportation and spatial cutting, these two abilities were built on the foundation of cutting through space. Now that the Fong King had sealed off the surrounding space with lightning, Vivian couldn't teleport over. She had also used her energy to create spatial fluctuations, and Vivian's spatial cutting couldn't hit the Fong King, so there was nothing she could do. After all, Vivian's defenses were weak, and she couldn't block this kind of powerful energy. If the Fong King wanted to run now, Vivian couldn't do anything. But it seemed like the Fong King didn't plan on running, as he raised a giant lightning spike to attack Vivian. The Fong King was clear that this elf's innate spatial energy could tear through space to teleport, so even if he ran, he would be caught. Not to mention, as the commander of the army, how could the Fong King abandon the army and run? This elf's defenses were very weak, and other than spatial techniques, she had no other abilities. As long as he could get close, he should be able to kill her in a single strike, even if the other side's cultivation was higher than his. How could Vivian not know what the other side was thinking? Humph, this dirty spirit beast wants to kill me? Vivian had only cultivated the void-escaping cultivation technique for a few days, but she had already grasped a few tricks. This was not related to Vivian's innate talent. After all, she was a true spirit realm expert, and she hadn't cultivated a spatial cultivation technique in many years. Now that she had a cultivation technique that matched her source spirit, naturally it complemented her source spirit. When the Fong King got close to Vivian, he spread out lightning covering Vivian's surroundings. The lightning released intense energy in a short period of time, quickly interfering with the surrounding space and restricting Vivian's teleportation ability. Die! A lightning bolt condensed into a sharp thorn and suddenly stabbed into Vivian's body. At this time, Vivian's body trembled, and then the lightning bolt directly pierced through Vivian's chest, the dazzling energy penetrating through her back. Did she die? The Fong King revealed a look of joy. With this kind of powerful energy attack, it would be hard for her not to die. But at this time, the Fong King was surprised to find that Vivian's body wasn't injured at all by the lightning. The attack seemed to have hit air, and not Vivian's body. Vivian was getting closer and closer to the Fong King. Not good. The Fong King felt a strong sense of danger. Vivian revealed a sly smile. This distance should be enough. She raised her white, jade-like palm and condensed a spatial blade that slashed across the Fong King's body. Spatial laceration, cutting objects from the spatial level, regardless of how sturdy an object was, it could be split apart no matter how hard it was. Poochie, blood splashed out. Everything happened in an instant. The Fong King had been cut in half at the waist. The Warhound's Kingdom's Fong King didn't even know what had happened, but he had been mysteriously killed like this. It was so useful. Was this the effect of void evasion? Escaping into the void. Escaping into the void. It really lived up to its name. When Vivian used the void evasion technique, her entire body was covered in spatial energy. Even if her opponent could still see her, her body was actually separated by a layer of spatial energy, and she was no longer within the normal spatial structure. This state could make her immune to any attack. Whether it was ice, fire, wind, or lightning, they would be separated from Vivian's body by the spatial layer, so they couldn't touch Vivian and couldn't harm her at all. She could use the special ability of her spatial dagger to attack through space. The essence of the void evasion was a mysterious spatial movement technique. Once Vivian mastered this cultivation technique and combined with the attack power of her source spirit spatial dagger, others couldn't hit her, but she could hit others. Her strength would reach a terrifying level, and those geniuses of the same level could only be instantly killed. The void evasion was not completely invincible. She wouldn't receive normal injuries, but attacks on her mind, soul, space, and time were still effective. Other than that, the void evasion state was like a dividing line. If one's strength wasn't strong enough, even if there were millions of attacks, Vivian wouldn't be injured at all, and she wouldn't consume too much energy. But if one attack was strong enough and could break through the spatial barrier, it would be able to break Vivian's cultivation technique. Vivian had just cultivated the void evasion, and her cultivation technique wasn't strong enough. Even if she received an attack of similar strength, her cultivation technique would still be broken. But it was a pity that the Fawn King's cultivation was weaker than Vivian's, so he couldn't break this spatial cultivation technique. As Vivian's strength increased in the future, if her cultivation technique reached the large success realm, she would be strong to the point where normal attacks would not be able to threaten her in the same realm. Whether the other side was 3 or 5 layers higher than her, as long as they were in the same realm, normal attacks would be ineffective. This was the terrifying aspect of a spatial cultivation technique. Done. Vivian sent the Fawn King's corpse back to Central State. The Fawn King suddenly disappeared from the battlefield and reappeared after around half a minute. In the end, he had turned into a corpse that had been cut in half. The Warhound's army's morale had completely collapsed. The Warhound's planes could only form the Warhound's kingdom with the Fawn King. Once the Warhound's kingdom lost the supreme leader of the Fawn King, they would return to being a group of headless Warhound's clans. Now, the Fawn King was dead. Wouldn't the Warhound's planes return to the past? Retreat, retreat. The Warhound's chief felt that there was no need to fight. Instead of wasting troops in Central State City, it was better to expand their territory on the plains. The Fawn King had been killed, the Warhound's kingdom had collapsed, and the tribal alliance had been broken. Was it that easy? Spatial rope. When the Warhound's chief stepped out, the surrounding space twisted like an invisible rope, trying to trap him. This was also a secret technique of the void evasion. This is bad. The Warhound's chief tried to break free, but it was already too late. Vivian instantly appeared by the Warhound's chief's side and instantly used a spatial cut to cut his body in half. She didn't even stop for half a second as she disappeared to the side once again. Too fast. The other 2 Warhound's chiefs already realized that there was a Southern Xia expert that could control space. How could the 2 of them be careless? The 2 of them released their spirit energy, interfering with the spatial fluctuations around them. Moreover, they quickly moved in different directions to avoid being caught by the spatial bindings, blocking a spatial expert's sneak attack. Vivian's teeth itched in hatred. These fellows were truly sly. If it wasn't for Vivian not being seen by everyone, she would have already chased after the 2 of them. But there was no other way. They were already prepared, and it was hard for Vivian to make a single move, so she could only let the 2 of them leave. The Central State battle was a great victory. The enemy army had been completely wiped out. From the famous Fawn King to the 2 Warhound's chiefs, they had all died here. The Southern Summer Country had defended the 6 southern counties and had even killed the Fawn King. With this kind of glorious result, the Southern Summer citizens were filled with pride and satisfaction. At this time, an incomparably exciting piece of news came from the 4 States Lake. The Warhound's army of around 600,000 had been completely wiped out. Completely wiped out. It was actually completely wiped out. When the Southern Xia people heard this news, they almost suspected that there was a problem with their ears. Chu Tian had brought 200,000 people out and had actually wiped out 600,000 enemies. This was simply a miraculous result. Moreover, after this four-states lake battle, over half of the Warhounds' Plains' main force had been wiped out, so they did not have the ability to invade the South anymore. The Southern Summer Country had lost several 100,000 elite soldiers. The Warhounds had also lost several 100,000 elites. The Warhounds had taken one region and 2 states, but the Southern Summer Country had killed the Warhounds' king. This seemed like 2 defeats and 2 defeats, but the Warhounds were not a threat at all. Southern Xia could recover their lost territory at any time, but he was afraid of the Eagle Burial Kingdom behind the Warhounds. So before the time was ripe, Dongfang did not dare take back the imperial region. He wanted to avoid provoking the Eagle Burial Kingdom and causing them to crazily retaliate at all costs. The biggest hidden danger now was the Eagle Burial Kingdom. Southern Xia had destroyed the Warhounds' main force in one fell swoop and killed the Eagle Burial Kingdom's king, causing the Warhounds that had the potential to become a large kingdom to quickly decline. This was an anger the Eagle Burial Kingdom could not swallow. As an incomparably strong warring kingdom, their military was very strong. If they wanted to destroy the Southern Summer Country, the Southern Summer Country would have to face an invasion 10 times stronger than the Warhounds. How could they resist this? The Eagle Burial Kingdom was an ambitious warring kingdom that was expanding their territory on all sides, so they would not muster a large force for a small Southern Xia. Not to mention the fact that the Southern Summer Country defeated the Warhounds' kingdom in a very strange way. If Dongfang misled them and made them suspect that there was a power from the Forest of Chaos supporting the Southern Summer Country, the Eagle Burial Kingdom would have to be cautious. Without investigating everything clearly, they wouldn't dare provoke an unknown enemy. Southern Xia still had time to prepare, but it was hard to estimate how long it would take. In short, Southern Xia's crisis was far from over. For this matter, Dongfang had gathered everyone to discuss how to strengthen Southern Summer's defenses in a short amount of time, preparing to defend against the Eagle Burial Kingdom's invasion. The great scholar Gu Qianxiu said, "The current Southern Xia is small, poor in resources, and thin in spiritual energy. If we defend this place, even if we have miracle commerce as weapons, it will be hard to defend against the Eagle Burial Kingdom. Moreover, paper can't wrap fire. Southern Xia using source energy weapons on such a large scale, I estimate that it will be spread to other countries in a month or 2. At that time, not only the Eagle Burial Kingdom, but the other kingdoms will also be interested." This was one of the things the Southern Summer King was most worried about. The source energy weapons were Southern Xia's confidence in resisting the Eagle Burial Kingdom, but it could also bring a terrifying disaster to Southern Xia. After all, the source energy weapons were just too attractive. No matter which country, as long as they had this weapon, they could increase their country's strength by 10 times. Not to mention the kingdoms. Even the empires would be interested. At that time, Southern Summer would not only be facing the Eagle Burial Kingdom, they would also be facing the threat of other strong countries on the continent. With Southern Summer's current weak national strength, how could they protect miracle commerce? Trees will die when they move. People will live when they are poor. If we want to resist the threat of other powers, we can't just remain stagnant. Gu Qianxiu expressed his opinion. "I think we should expand outwards." The great scholar's words are reasonable. Dongfang gave a slight nod. "We can advance to the north, and there are no rich lands to the east or west. Only the south can be taken a risk. Only according to this king's knowledge. The southern forests are very rich, but there are many unimaginable powers. The best of them are not inferior to warring kingdoms. Southern Xia is too weak, so if we recklessly enter, we will be swallowed without even bones remaining. What does everyone think we should do? A single Eagle Burial Kingdom could force southern Xia into its current state. The top powers in the Forest of Chaos were not inferior to warring kingdoms. The entire Forest of Chaos had the potential and resources to form a large empire. With such a rich and fertile land, even if southern Xia could absorb a bit of resources, it would be enough to increase southern Xia's national strength. This was indeed a good way to quickly increase southern Xia's strength. Only, could southern Xia really gain a foothold in this kind of place? Southern Xia might not be able to, but miracle commerce can. Meng Qingwu stood up and said, "With miracle commerce, it will be much easier to enter the Forest of Chaos." This was true. Southern Summer was still a country no matter how weak they were. If they used their country's identity to enter, they would be labeled as invaders by the locals, and they would be suppressed hard to resist at that time. Miracle commerce was different. The Forest of Chaos was very chaotic, but because of the chaos, there were many business opportunities. There were many merchants on the continent that were willing to take the risk, and the locals did not reject foreign merchants that much. Miracle Commerce's products were very competitive in the Forest of Chaos. Chapter 356. Miracle Commerce had grown by leaps and bounds in just half a year, but it was limited by southern Xia's environment, so it could not continue growing. Therefore, it needed to find a new environment to break through. Southern Xia's current situation was not good. It was very weak internally and was filled with dangers externally. There was a strong desire to develop new resources and find new hope, but it was not convenient to use the country's power. In this kind of situation, Southern Xia and Miracle Commerce could work together. As long as Southern Xia secretly supported the company in establishing themselves in the Forest of Chaos, the company could bring rich resources to Southern Xia in the future, allowing Southern Xia to establish a resource field in the Forest of Chaos and even have a place of their own. Even if they failed, at most Miracle Commerce would suffer a heavy blow and Southern Xia would be able to withdraw and not be caught up in it. What reason was there not to give it a try? The Southern Summer King issued 2 royal proclamations. The first was to urge the Cloud Dream Marquis, Meng Qingwu, to take up the position in Southern State as soon as possible. The Western Marquis of Southern State had already died in the Imperial City battle. After Meng Qingwu was bestowed the title of Cloud Dream Marquis, she became the trusted Marquis of Southern State, so it was natural for Meng Qingwu to manage Southern State. The second was that because the north was occupied by the spirit beasts, they could not take it back in a short amount of time. Southern Xia had not yet developed the south, but it still had the advantage of rich resources, so it would become the most important growth point for Southern Xia. Therefore, they used the power of the country to increase the development of the south. In order to ensure efficiency, the country guarding ruler personally led 200,000 elite soldiers to oversee it. Southern State was the southernmost region of Southern Xia and the closest place to the outer regions of the Forest of Chaos. Letting Meng Qingwu take up the position of Marquis in Southern State was actually making it more convenient for Miracle Commerce. After a few days, the members of Miracle Commerce set off together. This could be considered an unprecedented large relocation for Miracle Commerce. Chu Tian did not just take the core team from Central State, he also sent the resources and money stored by Miracle Commerce to the south. Other than that, Miracle Commerce also brought the army that Dongfang Gan had given them. An army of 200,000. All of them were storm cavalry. Dongfang Gan handed over the remaining elites of Southern Xia to Chu Tian to manage. The number 1 ruler of Southern Xia, the famous Chu Tian who destroyed 600,000 warhounds, personally led the Southern Xia elites to Southern State. As for Meng Qingwu, she was the chairman of Miracle Commerce and the Marquis of Southern State given to her by the Southern Summer King. She could lead the entire Southern State army, and now no one could compare to their prestige in Southern Xia. Southern State City was not as rich as Central State City, but the people were swift and fierce, and the people were all martial artists. It was common to see figures of other races. The South Continent Vice City Lord personally led the South Continent Army to welcome them. Greetings, Country Protector Emperor. Greetings, Cloud Dream Marquis. When the soldiers kneeled on the ground, they all had a strange feeling in their hearts. Most of the people here had participated in the battle against Central State. They had fought several months ago, but who would have thought that in this short period of time, Chu Tian would become the Country Protector Emperor and Meng Qingwu would become the Marquis of Southern State. The entire Southern State had become the world of the two of them. Fate was always changing. It really made people sigh. After Miracle Commerce entered Southern State, the resources of the country continued to pour in, helping Miracle Commerce develop Southern State. Chu Tian used this chance to gather a large amount of precious materials to refine pills, wildly increasing Miracle Commerce's strength. Very quickly, Meng Yingying, Meng Qingwu, and the other illustrious Soul Realm cultivators all took several top-quality sacred pills and smoothly reached the true Soul Realm, reaching the 7th awakened soul layer. Of course, Chu Tian would not mistreat himself. In just a short week, he had used several top-quality level 2 sacred pills and easily jumped a layer, reaching the 8th awakened soul layer. Actually, with Miracle Commerce's current resources, Chu Tian had the ability to increase everyone's strength even more. However, relying on pills to increase their strength in a short period of time would only increase their dependence on pills, which would be detrimental to their future growth. Therefore, Chu Tian decided to slow down. He used the remaining resources on Chun Bingyu and Dongfang Haoren, the two-peak 9th awakened soul layer cultivators, building a foundation for them to break into the true spirit realm. The previous Southern Summer King's son, Dongfang Haoren, had already joined Miracle Commerce. Chu Tian had appointed him as the head of the Chu sect, managing Chu Tian's Chu sect. Dongfang Haoren's talent was not inferior to Chu Xinghe's. If he was properly trained, he would become an expert in the future. While large amounts of resources were being used to train high-level members, Miracle Commerce did not forget to develop low-level members. The resources consumed in this period of time was over 10 billion gold coins. This was not a small amount even for the 3 great clans of the past. There was no power in Southern Xia that could consume this much resources in just a few days. Miracle Commerce consumed resources too quickly, and large amounts of gold coins flowed into the people. Adding in the chaos from before, the prices in Southern Xia were soaring, and the price of a sacred herb was more than double what it was before. Chu Tian did not care about this at all. Gold coins were a low-level currency. It was useless once they left Southern Xia. Didn't Chu Tian create Miracle Commerce to collect resources to cultivate and grow? He would spend money when he needed to. As for the damage Miracle Commerce would cause to Southern Xia's economy, this was not something he considered at all. The most important task now was to build a space warehouse. Because Southern State was very backward, the various infrastructures were very backward. Miracle Commerce needed to transport large amounts of resources, so shipping and air were too slow. If there was a space warehouse now, it would be much more convenient to transport resources, especially after they entered the Forest of Chaos. Miracle Commerce's airships couldn't just randomly enter the Forest of Chaos. If they couldn't solve the problem of transporting resources, how could Miracle Commerce develop the Forest of Chaos? Chu Tian personally guided Vivian, Meng Qingwu, and Meng Yingying as they began the construction of the space warehouse. This was because the lowest level of spatial technology was level 3 source energy technology. True spirit realm experts with spatial abilities couldn't operate it. Currently, only Vivian could directly use it. Meng Qingwu and Meng Yingying had strong learning abilities, mainly learning the complex spatial knowledge. Of course, Meng Yingying's learning ability was weaker than Meng Qingwu's, but Meng Yingying's mirror source spirit could imitate other source spirits. There would be a day when Meng Yingying would become an important spatial technology researcher. Cheers erupted in the research room on this day. "This is great. We've successfully marked the space." Vivian danced with joy. After using an entire 10 days, Vivian had finally placed a spatial spiritual imprint on a subspace. After this imprint was placed, they could choose to summon this subspace in the future. This would prevent the subspace from being randomly summoned each time. Vivian and Meng Yingying high-fived each other in celebration. Meng Qingwu was also filled with excitement. This progress was much faster than she had imagined. Actually, as long as they could do this, the space warehouse could be used. The subspace marking was successful, and it was time to transform the space. Miracle Commerce used the level 3 source energy array to capture a subspace, but it was only around 1,000 cubic meters. Even if they were lucky, they could find a subspace that was around 2,000–3,000 cubic meters. Although it was large enough for normal storage equipment for a warehouse, it was not enough. Not to mention, subspaces were often irregular. The subspace marked by the Yun sect was shaped like an irregular flat cake. It was very long and wide, but the highest part was less than 3 feet, and the lowest part was less than 10 centimeters. How could this kind of space be used for storage? It would be very inconvenient to transport goods. This kind of naturally formed subspace was like this, so it was very important to reconstruct the space. Vivian was a spatial engineer for Miracle Commerce. Locating and marking the subspace was a small matter. What really took effort was the process of transforming the subspace. Shu Tian said to Vivian, "The space warehouse's shape must be regular, so your next task is to transform it. I hope to see a cube with a length, width, and height of 10 meters. Meng Yingying and Vivian had a bitter expression on their faces. Transforming a flat-shaped subspace into a cube was not an easy matter. Not only did Vivian need to do this, Meng Yingying and Meng Qingwu also needed to use the spatial knowledge and formulas they had just learned to do large amounts of calculations. This was definitely a large task. Does it have to be a cube? It has to be a cube. Shu Tian was not purposely making it hard for them. This spatial technology was a very complex technology. If they couldn't even make a level 3 space warehouse, how could they hope to develop a higher grade spatial product in the future? Cubes, or spheres were all fine, but Shu Tian's requirements were a bit stricter. This was also to hone their spatial technology. Vivian was filled with fighting spirit. "No problem. I'll definitely make it into a cube." Shu Tian nodded his head in satisfaction. "Then let's first do a spatial transportation experiment." Everyone revealed a look of joy. Whether the space warehouse was good or not, it would all depend on the performance of this experiment. If the space warehouse was really that fast, then it would set off an unimaginable revolution on the continent. Shu Tian said to Meng Qingwu, "Inform the Central State Yun sect to send 1,000 submachine guns over." All right. Meng Qingwu immediately took out a portable communication device and immediately called the Central State Yun sect's number. "Hello, is this old Zhang? Please bring 1,000 submachine guns to the spatial laboratory. We will be doing a spatial transportation experiment." Right. Don't ask too much first." Meng Qingwu hung up the communication device. At this time, the Central State Yun sect immediately went to the Central State warehouse and counted the 1,000 source energy submachine guns. Every 100 of them were placed in a box, and finally 10 boxes were sent to the spatial laboratory. Open the source energy array. Central State's laboratory followed the method and opened up the marked space. Everyone placed the weapons chest by chest into the space, and at the same time, the entire city recorded the experimental data. Put all 10 boxes of guns into the space warehouse. The source energy array is stable, but the energy consumption has doubled. Record. After the space warehouse is filled with items, the space warehouse's energy consumption has increased. It is not clear if it is caused by mass or volume. After the central state, UNSEC's researchers finished collecting the data, they immediately closed the source energy array and used the communication device to contact Meng Qingwu. The goods have already been sent. Chu Tian waved his hand. Let's take the goods. Yes. Meng Yingying was filled with excitement as she pressed the button to open the space warehouse. Several energy columns released a dazzling light. Meng Qingwu could clearly feel that the energy consumption to open the space warehouse was several times more than the previous times. The energy columns quickly weakened at a shocking rate. When goods were loaded, the space warehouse's energy consumption would increase. Energy was very cheap in this era, so it wouldn't increase the cost by too much. However, it would restrict the quantity and quality of goods that could be transported. This could be considered a kind of restriction, but it was still acceptable. Vivian and Meng Yingying hurriedly took out 10 boxes. Every box was in good condition, without the slightest bit of damage. When the boxes were opened, 100 submachine guns were neatly stacked on top of each other. The entire transportation process did not even have the slightest bit of turbulence. "Wah, perfect, perfect," Meng Yingying excitedly shouted. "Doesn't this mean that I can eat Central State's roasted chicken in Southern State at any time?" Vivian's little face turned red. "Not to mention Central State's roasted chicken. When our elves build the space warehouse, I'll have the elders brew the best quality elven green tea for you every day. Even if it's sent to your room from several tens of thousands of miles away, it will still be freshly brewed and steaming hot." Meng Qingwu couldn't help smiling. These two girls only knew how to eat and drink, but the space warehouse's spatial transportation function did indeed have great prospects and potential. Chapter 357. Miracle Commerce conducted several tests and collected a large amount of data. The final conclusion was that the space warehouse was very stable, and other than not being able to store life objects and pure energy objects, there were no special restrictions. The space warehouse would not damage the items stored, and even had the effect of preventing them from rotting. Other than that, maintaining the space warehouse required a large amount of energy, and the amount of energy consumed was closely related to what was stored in the warehouse. Empty warehouses consumed the least amount of energy, and the more items there were, the more energy it consumed. This was related to the volume, quality, and energy of the items stored. If the volume was too large, the quality was too high, or the energy was too strong, the energy consumption of the space warehouse would be very large. At that time, the 4 energy pillars would be squeezed dry before the space warehouse could be opened, causing the opening of the space warehouse to fail. Although energy wasn't valuable, building the energy pillars was quite troublesome. Therefore, in the process of opening the space warehouse, one had to carefully understand the situation of the warehouse to avoid unnecessary losses and troubles. Whether it was the space warehouse's structure or the space warehouse's encryption, the warehouse needed a large amount of time and energy to be perfected. This was not a small project, and to Miracle Commerce, who only had a single spatial engineer, it was not a small challenge. Vivian had no complaints about this, and instead felt very honored. It was because the work was special and irreplaceable that she was filled with energy. The space warehouse was not only Vivian's first project, it was also a perfect work of art that was slowly being born in her hands. She wished she could use all her energy to make it perfect. Vivian worked overtime every day, with Meng Qingwu and Meng Yingying helping out. The progress of the space warehouse was not fast, but it was being pushed forward bit by bit. Only The number of times Chu Tian came to the space laboratory was becoming less and less. It was unknown what he was doing all day. Meng Qingwu asked around and found out that Chu Tian had brought Gu Qianxiu and a group of old men to do research on medicine. Meng Qingwu understood Chu Tian too well. This fellow wouldn't do anything unnecessary. Since it could produce such a strange medicine, then there must be a reason for it. What was so novel about this medicine? How could the general manager of Miracle Commerce not know what happened at Miracle Commerce? Meng Qingwu personally looked at the Yunsec's research records and was shocked to find that she had never heard of this medicine before. Large amounts of fierce beast blood and strange materials were used to refine something called the wild blood medicine. What use did this thing have? It was definitely not a medicine that could increase one's cultivation, nor did it have any healing or detoxifying effects. Meng Qingwu couldn't help but look for Chu Tian. She slapped the documents on the table. The space laboratory's progress has reached a critical point. It's fine if you don't go help, but now you're researching some strange thing. Aren't you going to give me an explanation? Explain? Why should I explain it to you? I am the boss of this Miracle Commerce. Look at you acting like a lady boss. Chu Tian calmly took a sip of tea before entering the forest of chaos. What do you think is the most urgent problem to solve? This question stunned Meng Qingwu. The company had a bunch of problems that needed to be solved, so she didn't know which one was the most important. Meng Qingwu countered with a question. Then what do you think it is? We lack a strong army of our own. Actually, Miracle Commerce's technology is already very advanced in the modern era. Chu Tian said this before pausing, but Miracle Commerce lacks a synchronized military force. Perhaps it didn't feel anything in southern Xia, but once we enter a place like the Forest of Chaos, this problem will be fatal. Meng Qingwu said with knit brows, don't we have source energy weapons? Source energy weapons also need humans to control them. Chu Tian explained his intentions. So, I'm prepared to create an army. Miracle Commerce's underworld mercenary group had 30,000 people. Actually, the underworld mercenary group's original intention was to protect Miracle Commerce's various businesses. Miracle Commerce's businesses were too wide, so they needed a certain amount of troops to guard them. Once the mercenary group was scattered, there wouldn't be much left. The giant shark gang had 100,000 members and only around 10-20,000 elites, so they couldn't effectively protect Miracle Commerce. As for the 200,000 Southern Summer Cavalry in their hands, this was Southern Xia's hard work, and it was a pretty good army, but it didn't belong to Miracle Commerce in the end. Not to mention the fact that cavalry couldn't be used in the Forest of Chaos. The Forest of Chaos was different from Southern Xia. The Forest of Chaos was a truly chaotic land. If one didn't have a strong enough influence, what could they do even if they brought good goods into the Forest of Chaos? Perhaps before the company could even start operating, everything would be stolen. Meng Qingwu was a little interested. Then what are you prepared to do? At this time, Chu Tian's communication device rang. Meng Qingwu was a little surprised. Only the core members knew Chu Tian's number, and if there wasn't a big matter, no one would call him. Everyone knew that Chu Tian was very lazy. If something happened, he would find Meng Qingwu. Nan Gongyun's anxious voice came. Chu Tian, this is bad. We've been robbed by bandits. Where did these bandits come from that dared rob Miracle Commerce? Wasn't this just nonsense? Even the Southern Summer King didn't dare offend Miracle Commerce now. Chu Tian had a large army in his hands and was the #1 noble in the Southern Summer Country. So what was the difference between offending Miracle Commerce and committing suicide? Chu Tian did not say anything. Meng Qingwu quickly asked, Nangong, what are you saying? What is going on? I don't know either. It's just that a large group of barbarians ran out of the mountains and attacked our engineering team. Nangongyun quickly explained, "Those barbarian commanders aren't weak. They've captured Big Sister Yun Yao and Big Sister Kaidai. Before Elder Sister Kaidai was captured, she contacted me. I heard that they suffered heavy losses. So quickly come and save them." Southern State was the most primitive and barbaric region of the 8 states. Most of the barbarians came from the south and were very strong, making people fear them. Moreover, they were not civilized at all and would often kidnap caravans from cities. When the Western Marquis managed Southern State, he used a strategy of absorbing and resisting. He recruited the barbarians to increase his army's strength while using the Southern State Army to suppress the barbarians, maintaining a balance in front of them. After Miracle Commerce came to Southern State, Meng Qingwu understood the local situation. Although she knew that the barbarians were not small, she did not place them in her eyes. She never thought that. These damn fellows would not have eyes. If we don't eradicate the barbarians, Southern State's development will be hindered. Meng Qingwu stood up and said, "We have 200,000 storm cavalry. Why don't we use this chance to wipe out the barbarians?" The 200,000 storm cavalry was a strong army that could fight against the Warhound's army. Southern Xia had spent countless resources and energy to raise them. These barbarians were the lowest of the low, and each tribe only had a few thousand people, so they could not stop the storm cavalry's charge. Damn, they're simply going too far. Chu Tian angrily slapped the table. "Nangong, bring 500 Griffin Knights first. Even if you have to go door to door, you have to investigate clearly for me which barbarian tribe ate a bear's heart and leopard's gall, daring to rob my Miracle Commerce. I'll gather the army, and I'll be there soon. If we don't teach these barbarians a lesson today, they won't know who the owner of this land is." "All right." Nangongyun hung up the call. Chu Tian's anger had not disappeared. He turned to look to the side and found that the young miss was looking at him with a strange gaze. Chu Tian was scared by the young miss' gaze. "Young miss, why are you looking at me like this? Our people have been robbed. Aren't you worried at all?" The young miss gave a cold laugh. "Your acting is quite good. I was almost tricked by you." Chu Tian pretended to be surprised. "Why does the young miss say this?" "If my guesses aren't wrong, Miracle Commerce has not been robbed at all. It was all a good show you directed yourself, right? Young miss, you need evidence to speak. I'm such a pure and honest person. How could I direct this kind of dirty trick?" Meng Qingwu stared at him. "If Miracle Commerce had really been robbed, it would be strange if you weren't angry. Would you still be sitting here calmly talking nonsense with me? Also, you had Nangong Yun go door to look for you. If someone was really captured and Nangong Yun found a hostage, it would be strange if they weren't dead. The little fox's divine, I could clearly find the target. Why didn't you use it? Why did you have to use this kind of stupid method?" Other people didn't know about Chu Tian's background, but how could Meng Qingwu not know? Chu Tian's little fox was not just for show. That divine, I could be considered a divine investigative tool. As long as it locked onto a general area, the little fox could easily find this group of daring robbers. Nangong Yun could have just brought the Griffin Knights over to save them. Why did he need to go through all this trouble? There was only one possibility. This was definitely a good show that Chu Tian directed himself. Chu Tian helplessly said, "The young miss is truly a beautiful and intelligent girl. I can't fool you at all." "It's not that you can't fool me. It's that your acting is too bad." But this was also good. He could use this chance to show off his muscles in Southern State. He could let the barbarians and the Southern State nobles see who the true boss of this territory was. Miracle Commerce deliberately spread the news everywhere. Almost everyone in the city knew that Miracle Commerce had been attacked, and that 2 important members of the management had been captured by the barbarians. This matter was spread all over the city, and everyone knew about it. About 3 hours later, the army of 200,000 soldiers marched out in an orderly manner. Every 10,000 soldiers formed a brigade, and they were divided into 20 brigades in total. Chu Tian personally led this brigade and charged towards the area where the berserkers were densely packed. Meng Qingguo used her status as the Southern State Marquis to gather over 100,000 Southern State troops, following the storm cavalry. Just because they had been robbed by a group of barbarians, Miracle Commerce had mobilized an elite army of over 100,000 people. This was unprecedented in the history of Southern State. The Southern State nobles originally wanted to watch a joke, but when they saw the terrifying power in Miracle Commerce's hands, all of their faces turned pale. This was too terrifying. If anyone dared to provoke Miracle Commerce in the future, then they would be instantly crushed into nothing. It was impossible for the barbarians not to know about this army of over 100,000. The entire barbarian race exploded. All the tribe leaders gathered together in shock. Just which bastard dared to provoke a monster like Miracle Commerce? The barbarians were not completely ignorant of Miracle Commerce. After all, Miracle Commerce's influence was too great. Even the barbarians were proud to be able to use Miracle Commerce's electric lamp. Although they did not know how strong Miracle Commerce was, they would not provoke such a top power for no reason. Not good. This is the strongest storm cavalry of Southern Xia. Reporting to the chief, the humans have sent over 100,000 cavalry. We should quickly escape. Damn it! Which tribe did this? Do they not have F** king eyes? Quickly find them and hand them over to the humans. It's too late, too late. The human army has already surrounded us. They want to use this as an excuse to wipe us out in one fell swoop. The barbarians were like ants on a hot pan. This was simply a disaster for the barbarians. Chapter 358. Chu Tian's vast army moved out, and the barbarians were completely scared, silly. They could bully the Western Marquis. How could they dare provoke the country-guarding ruler who had such a large army? The northern warhounds had tens of millions of people, but the southern state barbarians did not even have 1 million people. This small population was divided into several large and small tribes. The country-guarding ruler was not afraid of the warhounds. So how could he be afraid of the southern barbarians? So what if the barbarian warriors were strong and had thick skin? The warhounds' army of 600,000 had been completely annihilated by Chu Tian. Actually, the barbarians were afraid of offending the country-guarding ruler and bringing about the extermination of their tribe. So when they learned that Chu Tian had come to Southern State, they began to restrain themselves. They began to prepare rations and prepared to leave the Southern State area. Although the barbarians were not smart, they were not fools, who would want an uncontrollable power to appear in their territory. The Western Marquis had no way of dealing with them before, but the country-guarding ruler had the ability to eliminate them. If they waited for Chu Tian to make a move, it would be too late. Miracle Commerce could feel the barbarians restrain themselves and prepare to leave, so it was peaceful for half a month. Meng Qingguo did not plan on making a move against the barbarians. Who would have thought that at this moment it was unknown which group of idiots would not be able to hold themselves back and go out to eat? It was fine if you said they were robbing a normal caravan. The barbarians were doing this in the dark, and it was fine as long as they did not go too far. Who would have thought that this group of idiots would attack the Miracle Commerce's communication team? It was fine if you said you robbed them, but you killed Miracle Commerce's employees and captured 2 of Miracle Commerce's high management members. Wasn't this seeking death? It's over this time. They're really dead. An old barbarian tribe leader quickly discussed countermeasures with his tribe members. An old barbarian covered in bone ornaments stood up and said, "This is just a fuse. The southern summer people will not tolerate the barbarians. Nothing happened today, but something will happen tomorrow. The humans will destroy us sooner or later. Even if they don't make a move, we won't dare rob them. Without a source of income, we will starve to death." That's right. We can't stay in southern Xia any longer. We have to run. The barbarians did not know how to farm and manage. Each of them was rude and barbaric. The human race disdained to associate with them, so they could only rely on robbing for a living. Now that Nanzhou's living environment was rapidly deteriorating, no one dared to rob the barbarians anymore. So how could they guarantee their future lives? The barbarians had lived in the southern province for many years and had a deep conflict with the people of the southern province. From the perspective of human interests, they would not allow a foreign force that could threaten them to reproduce in their territory for a long time. Even without this incident, there would come a day when humans would attack the barbarians, so retreating was the only way. The old patriarch nodded. "How's the stock preparation going?" "The preparations these days are almost done. As long as the old chief gives the order, we will hide in the forest. No matter how powerful that country guarding Emperor Chu Tian is, he can't chase us into the forest to attack us." The old patriarch nodded. It seemed like this was the only way. Although the living conditions outside of the southern continent were a little harsh, they could still reproduce. It was better than staying in the southern continent and waiting for death. This is bad. This is bad. Chu Tian has led an army of several 100,000 to surround all four sides, trapping all the tribes. Chu Tian has issued an order. Before the hostages are rescued, any tribe that dares to act rashly will be annihilated. The old patriarch was shocked. The southern Xia army had surrounded the barbarians' living area so quickly now that they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. What should they do? In the end, only a few minutes had passed. This is bad. The humans are coming. Clansmen, fight with them. When these old barbarians heard the shouts outside, all of them were scared out of their wits and hurriedly ran out. A red-haired woman riding a griffin flew over with hundreds of griffin riders. All the young barbarians in the tribe picked up their javelins and rushed towards this flying unit. "Stop! Quickly stop!" The old patriarch's eyes almost popped out. These reckless youngsters, do they know what kind of army this is? This was Southern Xia's trump card, the Griffin Riders. This was a special force used to protect the royal family. Whether it was the riders or the mounts, they were all in the awakened soul realm. Don't think that the other side didn't have many people. These several hundred Griffin Riders were enough to destroy a barbarian tribe of several thousand people. Too late. These young-blooded barbarians were all like newborn calves that were not afraid of tigers. When they saw the Griffin Riders approach, they immediately threw their javelins. How could this level of attack injure the Griffin Riders? The Griffin Riders easily shot down the javelins that were thrown at them. Good. You barbarians. You actually dared to sneak attack the Southern Summer Army? It seems like you'll be the ones to attack my caravan. Nan Gongyun was filled with rage as her red hair danced in the air. She pulled out an exaggerated storm rifle and angrily shouted with a fierce expression, "If I don't give you a taste, you won't know how strong I, Nan Gongyun, am." This was the legendary source energy weapon. The old patriarch had only heard of it, but he had never seen it before. Nan Gongyun did not give the barbarians a chance to explain. She raised the storm rifle and spat out an angry flame. Large amounts of source energy bullets wildly rained down on the barbarian tribe. The barbarians preparing to throw their javelins had never seen such a terrifying weapon before, so they were all hit until they covered their heads and ran. Too terrifying. This was simply a demon's weapon. Nangong Yun's storm rifle had fired several hundred source energy bullets in less than half a minute. That wild storm of bullets made every barbarian feel like their liver was being torn apart. Who would have thought that this was just the beginning? Nangong Yun loudly shouted, "Everyone open fire! Let these bumpkins experience the power of miracle commerce." The several hundred Griffin riders put away their javelins, and each one took out a source energy submachine gun. With several hundred source energy guns firing at the same time, what kind of scene was that? The barbarians had finally experienced the power of technology. In an instant, the rain of bullets fell down like a waterfall. The barbarian tribe's stone houses were destroyed, the tents were riddled with holes, and the ground was filled with holes. Who told you to go against miracle commerce? Who told you to steal our people? Who told you to go against the Southern Summer Army? Nangong Yun took out a hand grenade and threw it into the barbarians' food warehouse. With a terrifying explosion, large amounts of flames soared into the sky, and the warehouse was razed to the ground. A portion of the Griffin riders took out hand grenades and threw them into the barbarians' buildings. Red energy mushroom clouds popped up one after another like mushrooms. The old patriarch and the group of old barbarians were all stunned. The houses were gone, the land was gone, and the food was gone. Nangong Yun led the Griffin army to wreak havoc for an entire 5 minutes. The barbarians could not resist at all, and the entire tribe was completely destroyed. The only strange thing was that the tribe suffered heavy losses, but the barbarians did not suffer any casualties. "Spare us." The old patriarch was filled with fear and worry, kneeling down with the barbarians. "It really wasn't done by us." In the entire ambush, the Griffin riders did not show any martial strength at all. They only used the source energy weapons to achieve this kind of terrifying effect. Even the most rebellious barbarian warriors would be shocked by this unheard-of scene. Their hearts would be branded with the undefeatable mark of miracle commerce. The large barbarian men were all scared out of their wits. They all knelt down with the patriarch and begged for mercy. Nangong Yun walked over with the burning storm rifle. With a wave of her left hand, she loudly shouted, "Search for me!" The Griffin riders split up to search, causing some destruction along the way. Finally, the entire tribe was in a mess, but they could not find the miracle commerce people. Nangong Yun asked, "It really wasn't done by you?" The barbarians were bitterly crying. It really was a misunderstanding. How could they do this kind of thing? "Fuck, since it wasn't done by you, why are you resisting?" Nangong Yun slapped the old patriarch to the ground. Her eyes were filled with flames as she angrily shouted, "Do you know how much time you've wasted for us? If it was because of you, miracle commerce would have buried you with us. Come, let's go to the next tribe." Nangong Yun led the Griffin riders away. The old patriarch stood up and looked at the smoking tribe with a dazed expression. This miracle commerce is not human. They are demons." "That's right. Only demons have this kind of weapon. Even if we had 100 times more people, we still wouldn't be able to resist them. Quickly run." The old patriarch stared at these people and shouted, "Run? Run my ass. We don't have weapons. We don't have food. We don't have a tribe. We don't have anything. We are surrounded by the Southern Summer Army. How can we run? What do we do? Even if we aren't killed by the demons, we will still starve to death." "That's right. They haven't saved the people yet. Perhaps they have already been killed. That terrifying woman just said that if anything happened to the hostages, all the barbarians would be buried with them." The barbarians were filled with panic. This disaster had destroyed their homes, and they had no weapons or food, so it was impossible for them to travel to the forest. But staying here was also a road to death. So what should they do? "How about we surrender?" "Surrender? The old patriarch had never thought of this problem before, but after thinking about it, there was no other choice, and they couldn't escape. If they wanted to keep their lives, there was only one way, which was to surrender to miracle commerce and help them tear the culprit's corpse into 10,000 pieces. Perhaps if Chu Tian was in a good mood, he would spare their lives. Although the barbarians did not have any skills, they were all very strong. Even 3-5 humans of the same level added together would not be as strong as a single barbarian, so they should have some value as laborers. That's right. We'll surrender. We'll help Chu Tian find the culprit. After seeing Miracle Commerce's strength, the old patriarch did not have any thoughts of resisting and immediately made the decision to surrender to Miracle Commerce. No matter what the result was, it would not be worse than now. If their luck was good, they could still keep their lives. After all, this matter was not done by them. So Miracle Commerce had no reason to vent their anger on an army that surrendered to them in order to keep their lives. It was not just a single tribe that did this. In just a short day, all the barbarians in the barbarian area had no home to return to. They were cursing their tribe for not having eyes and attacking Miracle Commerce, while they put down their weapons and begged for shelter with tears flowing down their faces. They did not have any requests. They just wanted to not die. Chapter 359. The young Miss Guess was right. The calamity of the barbarians was a masterpiece directed by Chu Tian. Actually, when he first came to Central State, Chu Tian had been secretly monitoring this special force. It wasn't that Chu Tian was afraid of the barbarians. Rather, Chu Tian was very interested in these barbarians. The barbarians were different from the weak humans. The barbarians were born with copper skin and iron bones. Most of the barbarians did not have the habit of cultivating because the barbarians' physical strength was very strong. It was around 10 times that of a grown man, around 5 times that of the leopard tribe spirit beasts, and the wolf tribe spirit beasts. Even when compared to the tiger tribe spirit beasts and bear tribe spirit beasts, they were still 1 or 2 times stronger. The barbarians had a terrifying strength. Even if they did not cultivate, they were not inferior to the elite Southern Xia soldiers. This was why the Western Marquis had not completely exterminated the barbarians after occupying Southern State for so long. Rather, he had suffered losses at the hands of the barbarians and had no choice but to compromise. In Chu Tian's eyes, the 1 million barbarians living in Southern State could be a ticking time bomb or a gold mine. What did Chu Tian lack the most? Was it resources? Was it money or fame? No, he lacked soldiers. These barbarians were natural-born soldiers. As long as they were taught a bit, they would immediately become a strong army. At the beginning, Chu Tian didn't plan on using any sinister methods. He just wanted to slowly recruit them. Who would have thought that he would receive some reports recently that the various barbarian tribes were storing up food, as if there were signs of them withdrawing from the Southern State? How could this be allowed? Once the barbarians left Southern State and entered the Southern Forest, not only would it be hard for Chu Tian to use, it would also be a large hindrance to Miracle Commerce in the future. This was a barbarian force of over 1 million people. If they fought openly, unless they gathered together, Chu Tian would not care about them at all. But if they hid deep in the mountains, it would be 10 times more troublesome for Chu Tian than if they started a riot in Southern State. This was because Chu Tian had to pass through the south. With over 1 million bandits on this road, the consequences could be imagined. This could not happen. Therefore, Chu Tian sent Nangong Yun to destroy the barbarians' hard-earned stockpile under the pretext of rescuing the hostages, making them lose the ability to escape. This was to fully display the power of Miracle Commerce without killing too many barbarians, making these barbarians fear Chu Tian and Miracle Commerce from the bottom of their hearts. Because the barbarians did not dare to fight against Miracle Commerce, coupled with the fact that their supplies had been destroyed, there was no way for them to escape. in a situation where they had not done anything wrong. They could only hope that they would get lucky and surrender to miracle commerce, hoping that miracle commerce would be merciful and spare them. Chu Tian said to Dongfang Haoren, "Have the barbarians that have come to surrender gather in the valley. Take 100,000 cavalry and surround them. Don't let them escape." Yes, Dongfang Haoren immediately rode off. An entire 200,000 strong barbarian youths were brought to the valley, and the 100,000 southern Xia cavalry were stationed on the high ground. These barbarians were very afraid seeing this. These southern Xia elite cavalry were very strong, so if the barbarians dared to rebel, the 100,000 cavalry would charge down from the high ground, and all the barbarians would be finished. These barbarians were afraid, but the barbarians that remained in the tribe were even more afraid. Because the youths had all been taken away, the ones left in the tribe were all old and weak, so they did not have any ability to resist. Not to mention that the tribe had already been destroyed. Being in the ruins, they could not sit still at this moment. The barbarians anxiously shouted, "We want to see the country guarding ruler." Bang! A source energy cannon fired. That fierce energy flattened a small hill in front of the barbarians. The barbarians were stunned seeing this. Miracle Commerce had an even stronger weapon. If this thing was shot at a crowded area, the number of casualties would be in the hundreds. "All of you shut up for me." Dongfang Haoren was wearing a set of shining armor and was currently riding a blue stallion running around the valley. He had the style of a great general, and there was no expression on his square face at all. The country guarding ruler is investigating the matter of the barbarians attacking the caravan, so you are all suspects. Just stay here, and after this matter is over, the country guarding ruler will deal with you. Injustice! Injustice! This must have been done by the Black Rhino tribe. Nonsense! Our Black Rhino tribe hasn't done anything in half a month. This must have been done by the Iron Bull tribe. I saw them bring a team out a few days ago. Fuck! Don't slander us. We only went out to hunt. The barbarians quickly blamed each other. Their simple minds would never have thought that this entire matter was directed by Chu Tian, and they were all victims. The barbarians did not believe that Miracle Commerce would do such a senseless thing, because with Miracle Commerce's strength, it was not hard for them to destroy the barbarians. So why would they do such a thing? The barbarians became more and more fierce, and finally they began to fight. They all fell into a ball in the valley, and the crowd was thrown back and forth. It was a very intense fight. Hung, hung, hung. Another few hills were crushed. Dongfang Haoren raised the loudspeaker and shouted, "Whoever dares cause trouble will be killed." The barbarians immediately became obedient. "We all surrender. We beg the country guarding ruler for mercy." Chu Tian was sitting on the high ground drinking tea. He looked over the strong barbarians and nodded his head in satisfaction. As long as they were trained, they would immediately become good soldiers. This was truly the heavens helping him. These big fools are quite pitiful. Meng Yingying looked at the barbarians crying out in fear and hunger in the valley and couldn't help feeling compassion. Our goal has been achieved, and they have already obediently surrendered. So how about we let them go? Chu Tian shook his head. The barbarians are a rude and untrustworthy race. If we want to deal with these fellows, we can only teach them a deep lesson. Right now, it's not time yet. Look at them. They are all full of energy. Although they said they wanted to surrender, once we let them go, I guarantee that most of them will escape in less than a night. Then what do? Let's hang them out for a week until they can't run anymore. Meng Yingying felt that this was a bit cruel. What if they start a riot from hunger? Chu Tian gave a laugh and said, "The barbarians are soft and afraid of the hard. They have already shown their strength, so they don't dare act rashly. Not to mention, I didn't say I would kill them. As long as we don't give them hope, they will continue to wait. Meng Yingying sighed. Stupid barbarians. It's not that I don't want to help you, but who told you to be targeted by Chu Tian? It would be strange if you weren't unlucky. He did what he said. Chu Tian trapped the barbarians for 7 days and 7 nights without food or water, only able to eat grass and drink rain. After 7 days, the barbarians were all flattened from starvation, looking like a large group of refugees. When the barbarians' bodies and minds were about to collapse, suddenly, the cavalry all retreated. Dongfang Haoren rode out on a large horse and announced, "I want to tell you a piece of good news. The bandits that attacked Miracle Commerce have been caught." The barbarians were shocked. They had finally been caught. These bandits came from the southern forest. They are not locals of southern state. The people have already been saved, so this matter has nothing to do with you. The country guarding ruler has already given the order to let you go. The barbarians were overjoyed. It had finally come to an end. The cavalry stationed all around retreated. The southern Xia army seemed like they were preparing to leave, leaving behind a group of stunned barbarians. Wait a minute! Several old tribe chiefs quickly chased after them. What is it? General, our tribe has been destroyed, and we don't have any food left. Several old tribe chiefs said with sorrowful expressions, "Our tribesmen are starving and we can't walk anymore." Dongfang Haoren knit his brows. What does the life and death of you barbarians have to do with southern Xia? You have to know that you have done many evil deeds. The country guarding ruler not killing you is already a great kindness. The barbarians began to plead, "We have already surrendered to the country guarding ruler. Please give us a way out." "I can't make this decision," Dongfang Haoren said. "I have to go back and ask the country guarding ruler." "Thank you, General. Thank you, General." Dongfang Haoren didn't leave for long before he returned. The barbarians had not left yet, probably because they didn't have any strength left. "The ruler's letter is here." Dongfang Haoren raised a scroll high up. The barbarians all knelt down to receive the country guarding ruler's letter. Dongfang Haoren loudly read it out. The content of this ruler's letter was, "This storm has caused heavy losses to the barbarians, but it is not worthy of sympathy." Who told the barbarians to burn, kill, and pillage, committing all sorts of evil deeds. However, the heavens are benevolent, so this ruler will give you a way out. For the long-term peace of southern state and for southern Xia to prosper, Miracle Commerce decided to invest money to rebuild an old city that had been abandoned by humans 50 years ago. With this city as the center, the area within 300 miles became a barbarian autonomous region for the barbarians to live in. In order to ensure that the barbarians would not return to their old ways, Miracle Commerce invested a large amount of money. Other than giving food to ensure that the barbarians did not starve to death, they also developed mines in the autonomous region and built large amounts of factories to provide jobs for the barbarians. The ruler's letter. The barbarians were boiling with excitement. The country guarding ruler wanted to build a city for the barbarians. What kind of boldness and bearing was this? The barbarians and humans rejected each other, and living together was impossible, so the country guarding ruler wanted to build a barbarian autonomous region. In the early stages, they would provide food, and in the later stages, they would provide jobs for the barbarians so that they would no longer be bandits. The barbarians were at a loss about this. They did not know if they could adapt to this kind of life, but did they have any other choice? The barbarian tribes were already gone. And with the current situation, they did not have the conditions to evacuate, so they could only choose to give it a try. The tribe leaders discussed and decided to bring their people to the barbarian autonomous region to take a look. When they arrived at the autonomous region that Chu Tian divided for the barbarians, every barbarian was stunned by the scene in front of them. Although this old city was very old, it looked very large. Not only were the walls complete, The houses had been repaired, and there were even many temporary tents. Beast carriages entered the old city one after another. Every beast carriage was filled with fruits, wine, and meat. When the barbarians who were already starving smelled the tempting aroma of meat and wine, the last bit of worry in their hearts collapsed. They immediately accepted the country guarding ruler's proposal and declared their loyalty to the country guarding ruler. Then, they roared and rushed towards their new home. Chu Tian was very generous. Miracle Commerce had already sent large amounts of food. It was enough for the barbarians to not starve to death for a period of time. When the other barbarians who were wavering and had doubts found out that the barbarians who went first were already eating and drinking, how could they sit still? The autonomous region was managed by the barbarians themselves. The barbarians would not be controlled by humans, and they would be able to eat their fill and live a good life. Who wouldn't be willing? In a few days, the abandoned city immediately became lively. The barbarian autonomous region's population continued to increase, and 80 to 90% of the barbarians had come. This time was different from being forced to surrender to save their lives. The barbarians were willing to surrender. When Chu Tian saw the situation gradually stabilize, he issued a simple law for the barbarian autonomous region. He then used the cavalry to enforce military control over the barbarian city, completely controlling them. Chapter 360. The barbarians were not smart. They did not understand what was happening. Rather, they were filled with gratitude towards Chu Tian. After all, Chu Tian did not kill them. Rather, he fed them well. Several 100,000 barbarians. Each one had a shocking appetite. Eating meat and fish every day was a shocking consumption. So Miracle Commerce had no choice but to bring in food from other states to maintain it. The barbarians lived in a city that was abandoned to avoid the beast disaster. Miracle Commerce's employees installed street lights, repaired the houses, and established law and order for the barbarians. Chu Tian promised that humans would not interfere with the internal management of the barbarians, and the various barbarian tribe leaders would form a team of several dozen people. The barbarians went from living in a primitive society to suddenly living a modern life. Because the factories and mines were not open, the barbarians ate and drank all day, so their lives were very comfortable. Chu Tian ordered people to announce a cultivation technique called the Berserk Art to the barbarians. He wrote a ruler's letter to everyone, giving a reward to encourage the barbarians to cultivate. Father Miracle Commerce has money. You barbarians obediently cultivate your cultivation technique. In the city, don't eat your fill and cause trouble. Not only is the cultivation technique free, as long as you can cultivate it, you will be heavily rewarded. The barbarians did not dare believe that Miracle Commerce was not only supporting them and giving them better living conditions, it was also giving the barbarians cultivation techniques to cultivate. This was simply too crazy. Only was the cultivation technique suitable for the barbarians. The barbarian civilization did not have any cultivation techniques passed down. This was not only because the barbarian civilization level was low. The main reason was that the barbarians did not have any innate source spirit, human cultivation techniques, and even the mainstream cultivation techniques of the continent were not suitable for the barbarians. Therefore, most of the barbarians did not cultivate spirit energy and walked on the path of pure physical strength. The barbarians were all crazy with muscles. They were not worse than body refinement cultivators, but it was hard to find a true expert. Therefore, the barbarians could only be bandits, harming one side and robbing others. They had never established a kingdom or civilization, causing the barbarians to have a low status on the continent. The several dozen barbarian tribe leaders studied the cultivation technique. In the end, the old barbarian was shocked to discover that this berserk art was tailor-made for the barbarians. This had an essential difference from the other cultivation techniques on the continent. The mainstream cultivation techniques on the continent focused on cultivating one's source spirit and spirit energy, but this berserk art was innovative. It focused on cultivating one's physique and focused on training one's life force, so it didn't have a strong requirement for spirit energy. It was no exaggeration. This cultivation method could completely change the fate of the barbarians. The entire barbarian race was in an uproar. They all believed in the country-guarding monarch. Every day, the patriarchs organized the barbarians to train. Although they didn't know why the country-guarding monarch did this, there was no reason for them to reject such a good thing. The facts proved that there were no real fools in this world. It was just that they hadn't been properly developed and guided. Even if they were as stupid as the barbarians, as long as they found the right path, they could easily achieve success. In just a few days, someone in the barbarian tribe had mastered the berserk art. After Chu Tian learned of this, he immediately set off for the barbarian city. The country-guarding emperor is here. Quickly come out and welcome him. The barbarians never thought that Chu Tian would have any plans. With the power in Chu Tian's hands, it wasn't hard for him to exterminate the scattered barbarians. So why did he have to go around in circles and make it so troublesome? Moreover, to repair the barbarians' cities and provide food for them, he would need to spend real money, and it wouldn't be a small amount. Now, he was giving the barbarians a cultivation technique, giving them a chance to change their fate. Chu Tian brought Chun Bingyu, Dongfang Haoren, and a few normal guards to the barbarian city. The entire barbarian city was very lively. There were many barbarians everywhere. Each one was around 2 meters tall. Their bodies were covered in paint, with bird feathers and strange bone ornaments hanging from their bodies. It was a very spectacular scene. Country guarding emperor! Country guarding emperor! The barbarians loudly shouted. Their voices were like thunder. Chu Tian was like an angel in the eyes of the barbarians. Several dozen barbarian patriarchs quickly came out to welcome him. Each barbarian knew in their hearts that this seemingly ordinary human man actually had the power to easily destroy the entire barbarian race. With a single word, the entire southern state barbarian race would disappear. Even the most civilized race on the continent respected the strong, not to mention a primitive and crude race like the barbarians. Therefore, when they faced Chu Tian, their hearts were filled with gratitude. Chu Tian went straight to the point and asked, "Who has grasped the berserk art?" Several dozen old barbarian patriarchs brought out over 100 young barbarians. Most of these barbarians were the young elites with the most potential. It was because of this that they were able to grasp the berserk art so quickly. This monarch wants to create a personal barbarian guard. Chu Tian directly said, "You are all the most outstanding barbarian warriors. From today onwards, you will follow me. Miracle Commerce will give you enough attention and training. As long as you work for me, you will not suffer a loss." What reason did these patriarchs have to refuse? This was the famous country-guarding ruler. If the barbarians could become the country-guarding ruler's personal guard, the barbarians' status would be completely different, not to mention the fact that the country-guarding ruler had promised to train them. This ruler was not only the person with the highest status in the southern summer country, he was also the leader of Miracle Commerce. He was famous for his wealth, and if they could obtain his training, they would truly become phoenixes. Chu Tian did not stay in the barbarian city and immediately brought the 100 barbarians to the Southern State Laboratory. Gu Qianxiu and a group of white-haired researchers were busy in the laboratory. They were fiddling with a strange, sealed cabin. This sealed cabin was made of metal from top to bottom, and the cabin door was made of hard diamond. It was about 10 feet high and could accommodate a barbarian warrior. The barbarians were very nervous. They did not know what Chu Tian wanted to do. Chu Tian explained to them, "No need to be nervous. This is not a bad thing for you. On the contrary, It is a good chance for you to be reborn. Gu Qianxiu took out a small and exquisite box that had several hundred bottles of dark red medicine inside. He randomly took one out. Can we begin now? These were the recently developed wild blood medicine. The materials used for the wild blood medicine were very rare. There were all kinds of fierce beast, blood, demonic things, and etc. Although they were very rare, there weren't many areas where they could be used, so they weren't very expensive. Of course, this was only relatively speaking. This small box of medicine was worth at least several 100 million gold coins. Let's first test the barbarian's strength. The researchers brought the barbarians to a room on the side and began to use all kinds of physical testing equipment to test their fist strength, arm strength, and explosive strength. The barbarian's iron fist slammed down on an iron rake. Pung! The entire iron rake caved in, and the researchers immediately recorded it on the side. Fist strength 11. This was a very shocking number. This meant that in a situation where they had the same cultivation, this barbarian's pure physical strength was 13 times that of a human's. This barbarian was only at the 5th body refinement layer, but even a 9th body refinement layer human would not be able to block a single punch from him. Gu Qianxiu couldn't help feeling surprised. This is truly an unbelievable physical strength. Fist strength, arm strength, wrist strength, leg strength. All kinds of data were roughly calculated. The barbarian's physical strength and strength were all around 10 times that of a human's. The barbarians did not have any cultivation techniques. They could only rely on brute force to create their own territory. This was the foundation of the barbarians' survival. Begin the wild transformation test. A barbarian was sent into the sealed cabin. The researchers inserted a medicine into the injection hole, and the dark red liquid was suddenly sucked out by the vacuum pressure. Then the sealed cabin was filled with a red mist. The barbarian did not know what was going on at first and looked around in a daze. Immediately after, waves of spicy and stimulating aura instantly spread around his body, causing his skin to become extremely hot. It was as if power was being released from every cell. His mind suddenly went blank, and intense pain, anger, and violence covered his divine sense. The barbarian cried out in pain in the sealed cabin. When a large amount of red mist was absorbed by his skin and body, the blood vessels in his eyes quickly spread. His originally dark skin gradually turned red, and the blue veins on his body bulged like centipedes, constantly twitching and twisting in his muscles. It was a very frightening scene to behold. Dong, dong, dong. The barbarian released a terrifying killing intent, like an angry rhinoceros slamming into the sealed cabin, causing the entire laboratory to shake. However, the sealed cabin was made of special diamond, so even if a giant elephant was trapped inside, it would not be able to escape. In a few seconds, his black skin turned dark red, and the barbarian's muscles became at least a size stronger. Dong! At this time, a fist landed on the diamond cabin door, unexpectedly creating a few small cracks in the cabin door. This barbarian had already lost his consciousness and was like an angry killing machine. His body released a scarlet light as he roared and roared, continuously attacking the cabin door, trying to tear everything in sight to pieces. The barbarian soldier revealed a look of fear. What did the people from Miracle Commerce do? This wild state did not last long before the barbarian gradually calmed down. This was the effect of the berserk art he had cultivated, suppressing his wild rage and killing intent. The barbarian's breathing and heartbeat gradually stabilized, but his body was still filled with a dangerous aura, just like a terrifying beast. The red mist gradually disappeared, completely absorbed. Chu Tian waved his hand at Gu Qianxiu. "Open it! Nothing bad will happen. Right. Relax. Everything is under control." Gu Qianxiu was not afraid of him. Although living beings had gone berserk, and their strength had increased by more than 10 times, it was still impossible for him to threaten a peak ninth awakened soul layer cultivator. The barbarian soldier walked out of the sealed cabin. Chu Tian asked, "How do you feel?" "I don't know." The barbarian man had a blank expression. "I feel like my strength has increased by quite a bit." Chu Tian made a gesture. "Fist strength test." The researcher took out a fist target and let the barbarian test his strength. Hung. The barbarian's heavy fist slammed into the metal target, and an explosive sound rang in everyone's ears. The metal target instantly shattered into pieces. His fist strength has broken through 100. Everyone couldn't help taking in a cold breath. If this fist hit a first awakened soul layer cultivator, it would be enough to cripple them. Chu Tian conducted other tests on the barbarian soldier. Whether it was his body's strength, endurance, or explosive power, they all received a terrifying increase. The barbarian's sensitivity to pain had greatly decreased, his willpower had increased by a large amount, and his body's recovery rate had increased by several times. This was the effect of going berserk. The miracle commerce researcher revealed a look of surprise. Chu Tian nodded in satisfaction. "That's right, this is the berserker I wanted." Chapter 361. In the era that Chu Tian lived in, the barbarians no longer existed. Chu Tian had done some research on this race. Speaking of the barbarians were a close relative of humans in the ancient era, but they had mixed the bloodline of an ancient beast. The ancestors of the barbarians were a very strong race, but after several tens of thousands of years, the wild energy in the barbarians' blood became thinner and thinner, so this race became weaker and weaker. The barbarians were a rare race that relied on their physical strength. Although they could not awaken their source spirit and were not suited to cultivating any attributed cultivation techniques, the barbarians had a very strong life force. If they could cultivate a non-attributed cultivation technique and develop their physical strength to the peak, the barbarians would still be a strong race. The wild blood medicine was a special medicine that could cause a berserk reaction. What was berserk? Berserk was similar to the demonic transformation. When the infernal flames invaded the thunder state, the abyss aura caused a large number of humans to be demonized, causing many weak or weak low-level cultivators to suddenly become terrifying abyss demon soldiers, which could directly threaten high-level cultivators. This was the result of the demonic transformation. The berserk transformation was similar to the demonic transformation, but the principle was different. The dark energy infecting a living being was the cause of the demonic transformation, but the berserk transformation was when the power of a fierce beast surged in, stimulating one's potential and fully developing one's physical strength. The demonic transformation was more extreme, so it was basically irreversible. Although the berserk transformation was not as extreme as the demonic transformation, normal living beings would still pay a large price for going berserk. The berserk transformation could increase one's strength by a large amount, but the price was losing one's rationality. They would become crazy and bloodthirsty, unable to differentiate between friend and foe. The berserk transformation would wildly slaughter everything in sight. There would be no pain, no fatigue, and finally they would die from exhaustion. The barbarians had a special physique and bloodline, so they were one of the few living beings that could undergo the berserk transformation. The berserk art was a cultivation technique made for the berserkers. Not only could it train the berserker's potential, it could also suppress the berserker's berserk state, allowing the berserker to maintain a clear mind in battle. The most important thing was that with each berserk transformation, this cultivation technique would quickly evolve. When this terrifying super soldier was created, Chu Tian would bring them to battle all over the place, allowing the berserkers to participate in battle. This way, the berserker's strength would become higher and higher. Each berserker had a strong destructive might. Once they went berserk, they would not feel pain, fatigue, or fear. They were a group of endless killing machines. This was a unit that could quickly level up. Gu Qianxiu began to transform the remaining 100 barbarians into berserkers. These barbarians were the elites of the barbarian race. When they went berserk, they could instantly cripple a second or third awakened soul layer cultivator in close combat. If such warriors were to form a large army in the future, they would definitely become a sharp knife in the hands of miracle commerce. Even in a warring kingdom, they could be called a trump card army. It was also a high-level army that could grow. Chu Tian planned to create a berserker unit within a month. The initial cost of creating these berserkers wasn't low. It was mainly due to the production of berserker potions. After the berserker army was formed, they would often need berserker potions to level them up. However, compared to the value of the army, this price was completely acceptable to miracle commerce. A powerful army could not be without powerful equipment. Chu Tian had specially ordered a set of equipment for the berserker army. First was the normal equipment and weapons. The barbarian warriors were very strong, so normal light armor and weapons were not suitable for them. Therefore, the berserkers' basic equipment was a set of thick, profound iron armor and a giant axe that weighed several hundred pounds. The equipment itself was made of level 3 metal with runes engraved on it, so normal awakened soul cultivators would find it hard to damage it. If this equipment was worn by a human, they wouldn't be able to stand after a few steps, but it was as light as a feather for the berserkers. A profound iron axe was swung with the strength of a barbarian soldier. It was very heavy and could split mountains and rivers. If it was an army of tens of thousands of berserkers, it would be like building a steel wall on the battlefield. At least in southern Xia, other than the Griffin Knights in the air, no other army could break through this kind of defense. How could normal equipment be enough? This was a direct army of miracle commerce. Chu Tian came to the weapons department of the Yunsec's laboratory. How is the research on the source energy cannons? Yun Tianhe was working with a group of scholars. Meng Qingwu was also helping out in the laboratory, so she personally introduced it to Chu Tian. There are no results for now. The source energy cannons were one of the weapons Chu Tian had made for the berserkers. This kind of weapon was a compressed version of the source energy cannons. Although it did not have the terrifying destructive power of the source energy cannons, it was very portable. With the barbarian warriors' strength, they could carry it with them. With several dozen people equipped, they could easily break through the battlefield and provide a strong destructive power for the entire team. Although it was just a smaller version, it was not simple, so it was normal for it not to be completed. What about the source energy swords? There are some results, but they can't be used. When he looked through the window of a laboratory, Chu Tian could see a few researchers working on a strange weapon. This weapon looked like a small handle with a strong energy structure inside. The handle was a source energy array, and when the weapon was activated, a high-heat energy beam came out of the handle. It looked a bit like a flashlight, but the difference was that the beam of light from the handle was condensed. When the high energy combined, it formed a solid substance, so it had a terrifying temperature. It could cut through steel like tofu. This was a basic close combat source energy weapon. Chu Tian had given the blueprints and let the laboratory try to make it. From the looks of it, the results were not good enough, and each energy sword was not stable. Where is the main problem? The main problem is materials and energy. Meng Qingwu replied, most of our materials come from southern Xia. Even if we use the highest grade materials, it is hard to withstand the heat and power of the energy swords. Other than that, our energy batteries are not strong enough and the energy swords weaken after 10 seconds, so it is hard to stabilize the energy swords. When we were making the source energy cannons, we had already used up all of our high-grade metals. Chu Tian, gave a sigh. There really wasn't a perfect thing in this world. They were prepared to make 8,000 berserkers. Each berserker would wear heavy armor, a heavy axe, and they would be equipped with source energy grenades, source energy swords, individual cannons, and storm rifles suitable for all kinds of situations. If they could really have this kind of army, Chu Tian could directly charge into the Forest of Chaos and kill everyone. No matter how strong the locals were, could they block this kind of formation? Perhaps 100 storm rifles would be enough to make the locals run for their lives. We need large amounts of weapons. Meng Qinggu was very clear on Miracle Commerce's situation, especially the source energy cannons and storm rifles, these super strong weapons. Only, these weapons have very high requirements for materials, and we can't find this kind of, or in southern Xia. I'm afraid we'll be stuck here for a long time. Time is precious. We can't drag it out. Chu Tian said, starting from tomorrow, we'll split up. You wouldn't be thinking of going to the Forest of Chaos first, right? Miracle Commerce was not prepared yet. So wouldn't rushing to the Forest of Chaos alert the enemy? The Eagle Burial Kingdom could make a move against Southern Summer at any time, so Chu Tian had to prepare ahead of time. You'll stay in Southern State and be in charge of the Forest of Chaos outer layer, as well as the recruitment work. I'll enter the Forest of Chaos. Relax, I'm going to find resources this time, and ask around. I won't make a big deal out of this. Meng Qinggu was a bit hesitant. I'm afraid it's too risky. I'll bring Vivian, and everything will be fine. Vivian's cultivation was deep, and she had an innate spatial energy. Even if she met someone she couldn't beat, she would most likely be able to run away. So with Vivian by Chu Tian's side, Chu Tian would be very safe. Then it's like this. Meng Qinggu took over all the work and began to build the Berserker army. On the second day, Miracle Commerce brought out over 100 reborn barbarians. Each one was equipped with powerful armor and weapons, and Meng Qinggu brought them to Barbarian City. Barbarian City was instantly filled with a large stir. The old chief never would have thought that after leaving for a few days, his clansmen would all become completely different people. Their strength had increased by at least 5-6 times. Any one of these 100 people would be a terrifying existence that an early or mid-awakened soul cultivator would find hard to deal with. What made the barbarians even more jealous was Southern States Marquis Meng Qinggu announced, these 100 people have officially joined Miracle Commerce and are now directly trained by Miracle Commerce. This was equal to receiving an iron rice bowl. Miracle Commerce was famous for its generous treatment. Other than that, each barbarian that became a berserker would not only gain strength, their families would also be taken care of by Miracle Commerce. The berserkers had signed a contract with Miracle Commerce. As long as they served for 5 years, their freedom would no longer be restricted. The berserkers had the right to withdraw from the army and return to live in the barbarian region. Miracle Commerce did not need to take the initiative to recruit people. In just a few short days, several tens of thousands of young barbarians cried and begged to become Miracle Commerce's soldiers. They would give you strength, they would give you freedom, and they would take care of your family. To the barbarians, this was a chance to stand out. Of course, Miracle Commerce was not polite. Meng Qinggu used her status as the Southern States Marquis to publicly announce, as long as you cultivate the berserker art, you can join Miracle Commerce's reserve army and line up to become a berserker. Once the news came out, in just 2 short days, the number of berserkers in the reserve army reached over 1,000. Miracle Commerce made large amounts of berserker medicine, barely meeting the demand. However, with the increasing number of people in the reserve army and the running out of berserker medicine materials, this task could not be completed in a short period of time. Recently, Meng Qinggu had been in charge, and Chu Tian had not appeared for several days. Only the high-level members of Miracle Commerce knew that he had quietly left Southern State and headed to the unknown South. Chapter 362. The Forest of Chaos did not have 4 seasons. There was only a rainy season and a dry season. It was the Forest of Chaos rainy season, right now. The warm and humid air flowed from the west coast to the mountain range, covering the entire Forest of Chaos. The fertile soil and the small population made it easy to obtain food, and there were many varieties to choose from. Whether it was spirit beasts, elves, or even ogres, as long as they found a piece of land and scattered their seeds, they would be able to harvest many delicious fruits in the coming year without any cultivation. There was no kingdom, no law, and no order here. People did not need to pay taxes, and they did not need to bow down to anyone. As long as they were strong enough, the rich forest's resources were endless. This was the heaven of the strong. It was the hell of the weak. The rich and complex environment gave birth to many different kinds of life, from the ancient species to the rare beasts of the modern era, from the ancient dragons to the elegant elves. They all regarded the Forest of Chaos as their ideal home. Although the resources here could support 100 times the population, it was hard to avoid fighting where there was life. Humans fighting with humans, humans fighting with beasts, and beasts fighting with beasts were already the most common scenes in the forest. There was no end to their desires. For example, the Dragon Lord. This was a giant dragon that had lived for thousands of years, occupying the noble dragon city. It was said that his wealth could be piled up into the sky. However, he was still not satisfied with this. He would plunder large amounts of wealth from the subordinate cities every year. The giants of the giant mountain range, they emptied 100 miles of mountains and built the largest palace in the Forest of Chaos. The treasures inside were coveted by countless experts of the continent. The Elven King ruled the Elven Council, controlling several dozen elven cities and working with several small and medium-sized races, becoming one of the strongest powers in the forest. They controlled countless ancient knowledge and wisdom. The beautiful sea race, Queen, built a city in the sea, stretching from the far west coast to the center of the Forest of Chaos. She wanted to take all the treasures of the sea and land into her hands. There were countless other powers that were not weaker than peak warring kingdoms. They wildly explored the Forest of Chaos, endlessly fighting and killing. The powers intertwined with each other, and the Forest of Chaos was in chaos. Heroes rose together. The strong contended, the weak could only choose to be vassals, and even more of the weak tried their best to hide themselves, maintaining the laws of the Dark Forest. No one knew just how many unknown secrets and strengths were hidden in this primitive forest. The Forest of Chaos, the outer region. This place was not strongly affected by the rainy season, but it was still warm and humid. This was a very low-developed area. The roots of the giant trees were everywhere, and all kinds of fungi and algae were scattered all over the place. There were also countless poisonous snakes, insects, and flowers. Every corner seemed to be hiding a deadly crisis. In the middle of a dense jungle, there was a spacious clearing in the middle. This looked like a magical beast lair, and there were roughly 10 or so giant lizards lying there. Each of them gave off a terrifying aura, and their bodies were covered with emerald scales that gave off waves of light, as if they were made from jade. In the center of these lizards was a spring filled with powerful life energy. When soaked in this aura, magical beasts could maintain their growth without hunting. Rustle! Rustle! There was a sudden movement in the forest. The giant lizard smelled the scent and stood up. It let out a low, warning growl towards the forest. The bushes full of berries suddenly shook a few times, and a few extremely sharp sword teeth shot out. In an instant, the beautiful scales of the giant lizard were shattered, and several lizards were injured. Roar! The lizards angrily counterattacked. They opened their large mouths, and didn't see anything being spat out, but the roots and bushes on the ground seemed like they were hit by some kind of energy. They all shattered into the air, and each fragment seemed like it had been twisted. 5 people wearing travelers' cloaks appeared in their field of vision. Although it was 5 normal humans, the lizards felt a dangerous aura and immediately attacked together. Who would have thought that at this time, one of them would cut open the space in front of them? The invisible energy the lizards shot out was all sucked into the spatial crack. Dong! The lizard's scales exploded in an instant, and all the energy landed on him. The leader of the lizards was incomparably angry. Its 4 strong limbs stepped off the ground, and it charged at the 3 of them. At this moment, a little white fox jumped out. Its small body suddenly expanded and transformed into a huge demon fox. When it was stared at by the demon fox's strange eyes, the lizard king instantly froze on the spot. Then, it suddenly turned around and launched a fierce attack on the other lizards. Another person jumped out. A cold current came out and turned a lizard into an ice sculpture. Another person took out a giant sword and slashed the ice sculpture into pieces. There was no suspense in this battle. The 10 lizards were not weak, but they were still level 2 demon beasts. There were a few strong, ones that were in the 7-8th awakened soul layer, and the weakest of these humans was in the 7th awakened soul layer. There was even an elf that had the strength of a true soul cultivator. That's right. These 5 travelers were not others. They were Chu Tian's group. Meng Yingying took out a whistle-like object and blew it hard. The surrounding forest immediately shook, and a large group of people rushed out. When these people saw the lizard corpses on the ground, they all gave a happy cheer. The village chief gave the 10 sacred herbs to Chu Tian. This was his thanks to Chu Tian's group. This life essence water originally belonged to their village, but it had been forcefully taken by a group of lizards passing by. Although the village had tried to attack them several times, they had suffered heavy casualties and returned without any results. Today they had met 5 outsiders that were willing to help them, so everything that had just happened. They never thought about it. Just by casually eradicating a nest of lizards, they could actually obtain so many precious herbs, and this was only from an unknown small village. The Forest of Chaos was rich in resources. It was not something Southern Xia could compare to. That night, the spirit beasts had already lit a bonfire. The large pieces of juicy lizard meat were all skewered on iron rods and roasted over the fire. The fragrant fat continued to drip into the fire, making a sizzling sound. The rabbit people were dancing around the bonfire. Each one of them had a look of joy on their faces. Several cute rabbit race girls were holding good lizard meat as they sent it over to Chu Tian with shy red faces. Their eyes were filled with hints. If there was a need, they were willing to provide some special services. There were no moral restrictions in the Forest of Chaos, and the spirit beasts were like this. Chu Tian looked at the rabbit race girls with interest. From their appearance, the rabbit race was in line with human aesthetics. They were not covered in fur, like some spirit beasts. These spirit beasts had many human characteristics, only having rabbit tails, ears, and etc. The rabbit race had quite a bit of foreign beauty. These rabbit race girls were clearly chosen by the village chief to please these people. Chu Tian left these rabbit race girls to drink with them and also to ask for information. Meng Yingying used the Source Energy Barbecue Array to reheat the meat. This meat tastes pretty good. Is that so? I think it's a bit old. Their mouths were covered in oil, and the little fox had already eaten several dozen kilograms of barbecue meat. They were surrounded by rabbits, delicious barbecue meat, special fruit wine, and a primitive village. All of this had a special flavor. In short, it was something that couldn't be felt in a human country. They brought a total of 5 people this time: Chun Bingyu, Dongfang Haoren, and Vivian, these three were either bodyguards or guides. As for Meng Yingying, she was purely here to play. Chu Tian was already a high-level awakened soul cultivator in the 8th awakened soul layer. Meng Yingying had broken through to the 7th awakened soul layer 2 days ago, only a bit later than Nan Gongyun and much faster than Meng Qinggu and the others. Because of Vivian's strong request, Chu Tian brought her along as a reward for her hard work. In a few days, everyone was only at the edge of the forest. The forest of chaos was too large. It was several dozen times larger than the southern summer country. Although this area was mainly covered in forest, it was not completely covered in forest. There were also deserts, beaches, swamps, and other areas. Other than that, the population density of the forest of chaos could not compare to southern Xia, but the demon beast density was several times higher than southern Xia. It was because the forest of chaos was too large. Vivian was not clear on the situation here, so she could only talk about the large powers. As for the other small powers and hidden powers, not to mention her, who rarely went out, even an elven elder wouldn't be able to explain them. Meng Yingying took a bite of the roasted meat. How can we establish ourselves in the forest? Is there a need to say? Of course, it's to steal a city. Vivian said without even thinking. The forest of chaos has tens of thousands of cities, and most of these cities are built in places with the richest spiritual veins, the most resources, and the safest environments. As long as we can steal a city, we can become a lord and develop our influence through managing the city. For a small village like this, there is a lot of mobility. It won't be able to grow. Meng Yingying found this very interesting. Then what are we waiting for? Can't we just directly steal it? Chu Tian rolled his eyes. If stealing a city was that easy, the forest of chaos would have already been unified by others. That's right, that's right. Vivian nodded in agreement. The forest of chaos is much stronger than southern Xia. Any random forest city would have quite a few true spirit cultivators guarding it. If we want to capture this city, the difficulty would not be lower than capturing southern summer's imperial city. Meng Yingying was secretly speechless. Any random city in the forest of chaos had this kind of shocking strength. With Miracle Commerce's current strength, they really couldn't steal it. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to defend it. After all, in this chaotic area, the hundreds of races were very chaotic. Vivian said with a sigh, "It's a pity that I'm not an adult yet. Otherwise I could ask Royal Father to give me an elven city." Pooh! They almost spat out the things in their mouths. Chu Tian also looked at Vivian with a face of surprise. Although he knew that Vivian's status wasn't low, he never thought it would be this high. Could it be that her father was the Elven King? But it seems like there's no hope now. I left the tribe to gain experience, and this matter has definitely been reported to the council. With this stain, the council will not approve it.